I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, December 6, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Allard?
Ms. Allard is excused. She will be joining at about 7 p.m.
Thank you. Mr. Solt?
Here.
Mr. Presberdia?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Cross?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Zalatow?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kuhn-Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Voland?
Happy to be here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now I would like to invite up Girl Scout Troop 20114 to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
There's a little green button on that microphone. There you go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we move on, would you all please come back to the microphone and introduce yourselves? Would you say your names, please?
I'm Annabelle. I'm Zaria. I'm Hiba. I'm Charlie. I'm Bridget. I'm Ivy. My name is Adeline. My name is Sadie. My name is Scarlett. My name is Elise.
Thank you for being here tonight and for leading the pledge. You all go to Huffman Elementary, is that correct?
Yes.
That's great. Well, thank you. And go ahead, Mr. Constant.
We hope you stick around till about 5:30 when we're going to have a celebration here about women and ladies and girls in sports for Title IX. So stick around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement toward decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the It is with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Before we move on, are there any students here? Any high school students? Would you please come up and introduce yourselves and tell us which school you're from?
Green button there.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jack Wrigley, and I go to Service High.
Can you press the button again there? And
there
just
you
leave
go.
it on.
And you can say your name again.
I'm Lee Reagan. I go to Service High.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I go to Triac High School.
I'm Ryder Deschamps and I go to Service High.
Hello, my name is Marina Siegel. I go to Service High.
My name is Wyatt Kornmeister and I go to Service High.
Welcome, and I assume all of you are here because of a class assignment? Okay, great. And you may need assembly members to sign a sheet? Okay, you can catch us at the break. Happy to do that. Next is of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the special meeting of September 26, 2022, the regular meeting of September 27, 2022, and the special meeting of October 3, 2022?
So moved.
Seeking
Second.
unanimous consent. Oh, moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by, was that you, Mr. Cross?
Me, Chair. Member
Mr.
Vogt.
Volan. Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Volan. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the minutes from the special meeting of September 26, 2022, the regular meeting of September 27, 2022, the special meeting of October 3rd, 2022 have been approved. Next is the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we enter the holiday season, I'd just like to note that our second annual City of a Million Lights campaign is underway. If you haven't noticed, many MOA properties are being decorated and lit up. A major thanks to Easy Park, ACDA, and our Parks and Recs teams who have been leading the charge in this effort. During these dark winter months, we want to brighten up our towns so all who visit here feel quite welcome. So, to all the businesses, homeowners, and entities across town, I hope you'll join us and recognize this effort to spread the holiday spirit. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that tomorrow is Pearl Harbor Day. 81 years ago tomorrow, our nation was savagely attacked at Pearl Harbor. Over 2,400 lives were lost on that infamous day. That tragedy brought America into World War II and changed the course of human history forever. Tomorrow, as we go about our day, let's take a moment to remember the immense sacrifices made by those of the greatest generation. From Europe to Africa, the Pacific, and Adak Island, the brave Americans fought, bled, and died for our freedoms. It is our duty to carry on this legacy and fight for those freedoms each and every day. Let us remember and honor those few remaining veterans from that great conflict, for without them, we wouldn't be here today. God bless all those who served in that war and who serve our nation even now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to everyone here, whether you're joining us in person or online. We're happy that you are participating in the processes of our local government. This weekend, I was pleased to attend the very first Pacific Island Community Gala hosted by the Polynesian Association of Alaska. There was lots of wonderful food and cultural entertainment. Students were awarded scholarships, and individuals and groups were acknowledged for their community service and business contributions. Congratulations to all the awardees and to the organizers of this successful and fun event. I want to acknowledge the contributions of Pacific Islanders in our community. I look forward to next year's event. And I was happy to be there with the mayor and Mrs. Bronson as well. Welcome to the delegates who have traveled from all over Alaska to attend the 2022 annual local government conference held by the Alaska Municipal League. The conference is going on this week at the Denina Center. We have a resolution later on in the agenda acknowledging this important event, which not only results in an economic boost to Anchorage, but offers an opportunity to learn more about issues facing local governments in Alaska. I hope that Assembly members will take advantage of this opportunity. With tonight's final vote on the mayor's budget vetoes, we will complete the 2023 municipal budget tonight. Thank you to the Budget and Finance co-chairs, Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Dunbar, for your tremendous work, and especially for coordinating the omnibus amendment that was before the Assembly at our last meeting. The Assembly and the administration engaged in a very open, collaborative process to deliver a balanced budget to the people of Anchorage that we can all be proud of. We are very fortunate that the municipality is in sound financial condition and has the resources to maintain the services and programs that our community has come to expect. To learn more about the budget, you can go to www.muni.org/assembly. Later tonight, the Assembly will take up item 13A, AO 2022-98, changes to Title 28 elections. Annually, the elections team, together with Assembly Council, reviews Title 28 and suggests updates. The elections team started this process in August 2022 after the regular and special elections. The proposed amendments were presented to and discussed at the Ethics and Elections Committee meeting on September 28, 2022. The proposed amendments were presented to and discussed at the Election Commission meeting on October 7, 2022. AO 2022-98 and AR 2022-328 containing the proposed amendments were introduced to the Assembly on October 25, 2022. The ordinance and resolution were posted on the election website on November 10th, where they have remained since. The elections team notified all registered observers where they could find the ordinance and resolution and all of the related Assembly work sessions, meetings, and opportunities for public input and comments. The elections team then presented the proposed amendments at an Assembly work session on November 18, 2022. Because of the importance of elections, the Assembly held a public hearing on the proposed amendments on November 22nd and continued that public hearing to tonight, December 6th. So there's still opportunity to testify on this item. The Holton Hills project in Girdwood has brought the attainable housing crisis to the forefront, and I wanted to reiterate the Assembly's commitment to developing more housing in the municipality, especially housing that is affordable to community members from a broad range of economic backgrounds. Specifically, at our annual retreat in September, the Assembly devoted a whole day to listening to housing experts and formulating solutions. Some of the solutions are already working through the Assembly process, and you'll be seeing these issues a lot on future work session and meeting agendas. Later this month, Assembly leadership plans to introduce a resolution to affirm the Assembly's commitment to housing, which we will discuss with members at this week's Rules Committee meeting Thursday. Lastly, I want to affirm the importance of civil dialogue, especially when we're dealing with topics that generate controversy. A lot of the issues that come before the Assembly deeply affect our daily lives. It's very easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment and say hurtful or accusatory things. But we must all remember that we are part of the same community, and the person on the opposite side of an issue today might be an ally on another issue tomorrow. I encourage everyone participating in the Assembly and local government processes to focus on the issues and be respectful to each other. You never know who's going to drive by when you're stuck on the side of the road in a snowstorm when you need help from a neighbor. As usual, we have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help us create a climate of respect in these chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Please keep your signs to 8.5 and 11 inches in size. Please do keep the aisles clear for safety reasons, except when lined up to testify. Please also do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, you can hand it to the clerk down on the lower dais for distribution. And to everyone, please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the community in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. And it's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments or provide specific feedback that can help us make changes. You'll have 3 minutes and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. And Assembly members don't typically answer questions during that period. That comes later during the debate portion. Public testimony is the public's time to speak. Again, thank you all for being here tonight. We will now go to committee reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of updates. Just want everybody to know that the Anchorage Equity Committee will be meeting on December 22nd at 4:30 p.m. in room 155. I encourage all Assembly members and the public to attend. Also, on December 7th at 11 a.m. will be a meeting of the Assembly Public Safety Committee. We will be discussing body cameras, budget, updates on Police Academy, Sullivan Arena calls, and also reviewing some of the challenges, but also good news related to hiring and recruitment for both Anchorage Police Department and Anchorage Fire Department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Solt, anything to report?
No, Madam Chair, nothing to report tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 2 updates. There will be a meeting of the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting on Wednesday, December 14th from 1 to 2:30 p.m. in the Assembly chambers. We'll be discussing funding for the emergency shelter plan for the remainder of this winter, implementation of funding to address Fairview and downtown impacts due to the Sullivan Arena, and begin our discussion on data, starting with the soon-to-be-released 2022 gap analysis and possibly other topics. There will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on Thursday, December 15th from 11 a.m. to 12 noon at City Hall, room 155, first floor. We will be reviewing the recently accepted P-card audit as well as providing a formal recommendation regarding the 2023 Municipal Audit Plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. The Anchorage Community Development Authority is happy to say that the D Street District redevelopment plan is underway. Also, Easy Park has a new security contractor, Allied Universal, and we also installed a Christmas tree on the top of the 7th Avenue garage in setting off the Million Lights has started. So we're encouraging businesses downtown to set up their Christmas lights, so make it festive, and on nights like this, it'll definitely help you see walking around, won't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Next week on Wednesday, the 14th of December from 9 to 11 a.m., we will have a special meeting of the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee in which we're going to take a deep dive into the conversation about the future of the Port of Alaska. This is a very important meeting, and we strongly encourage all members to attend.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health Policy Committee did not meet this month. We decided to take the month off to regroup and set priorities moving into the next year. So we'll be meeting the first Wednesday of January. So we're going to kick the new year off right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next week's Budget and Finance Committee hearing is canceled. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I just reminded Mr. Dunbar it was canceled, so he got an early holiday gift. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on December 1st and reviewed a draft ordinance of exceptions for work regulated by building codes. We also had a discussion about abolishing minimum lot sizes. And we also considered treating threeplexes and fourplexes as residential instead of commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next is the addendum to the agenda. And before we take up the addendum, we address and incorporate any laid on the table items. However, it's my understanding there are many laid on the table items, and we are not prepared, or we're not ready right now because of the number of items to take those up now or to incorporate them into the agenda. So
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Constant?
I would move to change the order of the day to take up item 10A2 and then item 10A1 and then return to the regular order.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to change the order of the day to take up item 10A2 and 10A1. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the motion is approved, and we will take up item 10A2 followed by item 10A1. And we will just give the system a few moments to catch up.
Do we have a representative from Alaska Municipal League here? Right place?
Before we take up the two items, we will need a motion to incorporate the items into the agenda.
I move to incorporate items 10A2 and 10A1.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to incorporate items 10A2 and 10A1 into the agenda. It has been seconded by Mr. Cross. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, items 10A2 and 10A1 have been incorporated into the agenda. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-372, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to welcome Alaska Municipal League members and affiliates to AML's 72nd Annual Local Government Conference on December 7 through 9, 2022. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Mr. Bullen, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. I will be reading. Mr. Peterson, are you presenting? A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to welcome Alaska Municipal League members and affiliates to AML's 72nd Annual Local Government Conference on December 7 through 9, 2022. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage extends a warm welcome to Alaska Municipal League members and affiliates attending the 2022 Alaska Municipal League Annual Local Government Conference scheduled for December 7 through 9, 2022, as well as newly elected officials training scheduled from November 30th through December 5th, 2022. And whereas the Alaska Municipal League, AML, was originally organized in 1950 and is a voluntary, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization of 165 cities, boroughs, and unified municipalities. And whereas AML has affiliate members including the Alaska Conference of Mayors, the Alaska Association of Municipal Clerks, the Alaska Government Finance Officers Association, the Alaska Municipal Attorneys Association, the Alaska Municipal Management Association, and the Alaska Association of Assessing Officers, some also holding annual conferences this week. And whereas the mission of the Alaska Municipal League is, in part, to represent the unified voice of Alaska's local governments, to build consensus and partnerships, and to provide training and services to strengthen Alaska's local governments. And whereas AML's 72nd Annual Local Government Conference will include discussions on an infrastructure report card, local government strategic planning, the affordable housing crisis, increasing predictability for school districts, among many other topics and challenges that local governments are facing while providing basic services throughout Alaska. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly welcomes AML members and affiliates who are participating from all over Alaska in AML's 72nd Annual Local Government Conference, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 6th day of December, 2022.
Thank you very much. I'm Mark Springer. I'm the president of AML, and I guess I need to apologize for leaving all the good weather in Bethel today.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Is anybody here to celebrate Title IX? And if you are, would you all come forward to the dais? Nina, everyone, come on. If you're a student athlete, or going to be a student athlete, or a leader of student athletes, come forward. Right up in front of the microphone here. Oh yeah, there. This one. Okay.
All right. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2022-369, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 50th anniversary of federal law Title IX. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item is approved. Mr. Constant?
All right. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 50th anniversary of federal law Title IX. Whereas in 1972, President Richard M. Nixon signed into law Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. And whereas Senator Ted Stevens was a sponsor of the original legislation, as well as a faithful lobbyist for women's sports opportunities, including strengthening Title IX through the Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1988, and co-sponsoring a National Girls and Women and Sports Day. And whereas Title IX protects all persons from exclusion, discrimination, and denial of participation and benefits on the basis of sex from any education program or activity receiving federal funding. And whereas in the mid-1950s, women were only 21% of college students, but by the end of the 2021-2022 academic year, women made up nearly 60% of all college students. And whereas before the passing of Title IX, fewer than 300,000 women and girls participated in school sports, high school and college combined, nationwide. But as of 2020, over 220,000 women competed in the NCAA, 44% total of all college athletes, and 3.5 million girls participated in high school sports, 43% of all high school athletes. And whereas since the passing of Title IX, there has been considerable increase in attention and intervention into cases of sexual harassment and sexual abuse in colleges, including the establishment of whole offices, such as the Office of Equity and Compliance at the University of Alaska Anchorage. And whereas, thanks to the passage of Title IX, Anchorage has a deep bench of world-class female athletes, including Olympians, professional athletes, and collegiate champions such as the UAA volleyball team that just last month won their conference title and moved on to the NCAA playoffs. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates the 50th anniversary of Title IX and the continued progress and successes of the last 50 50 years, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 6th day of December, 2022.
Sorry. Hi, I'm the volleyball coach for the UAA volleyball team here. While people are making their way down for a picture, I just want to thank the Assembly for inviting us here today. As a former student athlete and a coach of these athletes, we are really grateful for the things that Title IX has done, not just for women's sports, but for equity across all things in our community. And I think us as community members, I've lived here in Anchorage now for 15 years and active in the community, and we should be grateful that these student athletes choose to be student athletes here at UAA. We should be very grateful that they want to be part of our community and that they have a positive influence on our community as active and positive role models for young girls across our community. So thank you all for inviting us here today, and we are happy to be here to celebrate with you.
I hear a rumor there are cupcakes somewhere.
So we're going to take a 10-minute cupcake break while the laid on the table items are finalized. And then we will hopefully be able to incorporate those items along with the addendum into the agenda and proceed. If Assembly members would please take their seats, and members of the public. Thank you all for your patience. Apologies for the delay. We have 5 supplemental laid on the table items that will just need to be read into the record, and those don't require a vote of the body. And then we have 2 items that are being proposed to be taken up tonight that will require a vote of 8 members in order to be incorporated into the agenda. One of the reasons why it took so long tonight is that we thought there would be 4 items tonight that would require a vote, and 2 of those items fall under quasi-judicial or administrative matters and special orders in the 15s. And Mr. Vice Chair, would you address
Thank you.
that point?
So members, in your email, you will have received a communication from the clerk's office that provides to you 2 documents relating to special land use permits. They would be quasi-judicial items, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving a marijuana license for Hacks Investment, and another one approving special land use permit for Eden Management. It turns out that those items weren't noticed because they're laid on the table, and they're items that can be laid on the that can be heard the same day they're introduced, but we have to have them first. And so because those items didn't have an opportunity to be publicly noticed, we can't take them up tonight. And so we'll be sorting through when we're going to address those next. And we hopefully will know before the end of the night, but practically speaking, those items you have in your email will not be moving tonight. And thank you to the clerk for doing this last minute effort to kind of bring order to the pile of documents. We don't usually receive this many in this way.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And unfortunately, the two items that we're unable to take up tonight consist of many pages and did tie up the copier there for a bit. So we will start first with the 5 supplemental items. Again, I will read those into the record. The first is 10G8, unnumbered AR, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $4,493,967 from Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Operating Fund, fund balance to the ER CP&R Operating Fund as a transfer and appropriating said transfer to the Chugiak Eagle River Capital Improvement Projects Fund, all within the Parks and Recreation Department for capital improvement projects within the Eagle River Chugiak Parks and Recreation Service Area. Again, that item is supplemental and does not require a vote. The second supplemental item is item 10B3A, Assembly Information Memorandum, unnumbered AIM, regarding AR 2022-370, a resolution adopting the 2023 legislative program for the Municipality of Anchorage, Assemblymember Zelatel, accompanied by 10B3B, AR number 2022-370S, a resolution adopting the 2023 legislative program for the Municipality of Anchorage. The third supplemental item, 13A3, Information Memorandum number AIM 239-2022, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending and updating Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 28, Elections. Assembly Chair LaFrance. The fourth supplemental item, 14D3, Information Memorandum number AIM 241-2022, Community Council Support for AO 2022-109, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 9.48.130 to increase the fine for muffler and exhaust system violations. Assembly Members Rivera, Boland, and Zalatel. The final supplemental item, 14F2, Information Memorandum number AIM 240-2022, Board of Building Regulations Examiners and Appeals Letter regarding AO 2022-100 and Municipal Code Section 23.10.104.9. Assembly Chair LaFrance, accompanied by 14F3, Summary of Economic Effects for AO 2022-100, Assembly Members Cross and Soltz. So we will now address the two items that have been laid on the table. Again, these items require a vote of 8 members. The first item would be in the 10B section, resolution, a numbered AR, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly expanding Sullivan Arena emergency shelter capacity to 360.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a disclosure. I am the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, and today we weighed in on the substance of this resolution officially by emailing members and also making public comments. I believe that provides a professional interest that creates a conflict, and I would ask to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. It is the ruling of the chair that you do have an interest in this item and that you are excused.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Can I ask you to explain that a little bit? I mean, my understanding of the conflict rules is that if Ms. Zelatel in her official capacity has a financial interest, but the fact that she cares about homelessness and how to solve it, both in her assembly role and her professional role, to me doesn't necessarily pose a conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. In speaking with the Board of the Ethics Commission, yes, they have indicated where the coalition takes an official position as to the substance of an item before the body, that does create a conflict regardless if there's a monetary interest. And in this instance, the coalition took a position both as to the substance and the timing of the item.
That's helpful. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Is there a motion and a second to lay this item on the table? Hearing no motion, we will move on to the next item. This item would be in the 10E section, an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating not to exceed $150,000 of alcohol tax revenues not budgeted for expenditure to the Legislative Branch 2023 operating budget for education and outreach, all within the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund. Assembly members Quinn-Davidson, Dunbar, and Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson to lay the unnumbered AR in the 10E section on the table. It has been seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this item is one of the items, the content of what this item would fund is one of the items that was vetoed by the mayor. And, Ms. Zalatel, you okay? So I'd like to take up this conversation alongside some of the budget items. So in the 12s, I think that this needs to happen tonight because it really is part of the budget package that we've been discussing, and I'm hopeful that members will allow it to be laid on the table so we can discuss it in the 12s, and I can provide more details then or now if that's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay the unnumbered AR on the table.
Mr. Solt?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
The motion is approved 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items is approved. We do not have any appearance requests, so we will move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items off of the consent agenda. I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Voland?
No items, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 10D12 and also the unnumbered item that we just discussed and laid on the table, which would appropriate the $150,000.
Madam Clerk, do we have a number for the unnumbered resolution in the 10E section?
Yes, it will be 10E13.
Great. 10E13. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 10, Bravo 3.
10 Bravo 3. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull 10D 1, 2, and 3, 10D 5 and 6, 10D 15, and then, I think that's it. E8.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross?
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have already been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Solt, do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. I will now go back and read the items that have been pulled from the consent agenda, starting with 10 Bravo 3, Ms. Zalatel. Under 10D Delta 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, Mr. Constant. 10 Delta 12, Ms. Quinn Davidson. 10 Delta 15, Mr. Constant. 10 Echo 8, Mr. Constant. 10 Echo 13, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Are there any other items members wish to pull from the consent agenda? Mr. Vice Chair, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda has been approved with the exception of the pulled items. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go through and take up those items that were pulled from the consent agenda, starting with 10 Bravo 3. We now have before us item 10B3, resolution number AR 2022-370, a resolution adopting the 2023 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pulled this item for two reasons. The first is to thank Mr. Wilbanks and Ms. Ross, our legislative staff, for their collaboration and work on this together. It's a very attractive and information-dense legislative packet, and I think for the most part really captures the priorities of the municipality. And I really appreciate the collaborative nature and the conversation we were able to have both at the legislative committee as well as the work session. With that said, I would move to amend and remove pages 9 and 10.
Second.
A motion to amend has been made by Ms. Zalatel to remove pages 9 and 10. It has been seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pages 9 and 10 are civil and criminal statutory requests, and I don't oppose perhaps the civil and criminal statutory changes being requested by the administration. That said, we received our first substantive briefing on these at about 3:30 today. I didn't have sufficient capacity to digest what the effect of these would be. In the future, I would love to see them come through either the Public Safety Committee or have a legal memo well ahead of time to talk about what's the issue, what are we seeing, why do we need these changes at the local level, what will it affect? And I'm not opposed to bringing these changes forward to the legislature when we get that opportunity. Perhaps we could do that through a resolution. So I would ask for your support in removing these now so that we can take them up with more depth later, make that decision, really understand what we're asking to be changed, and move forward in whatever the most appropriate path is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend to remove pages 9 and 10.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-0. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. On behalf of the chair, I would move LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Thank you. The purpose of this amendment is to allow the administration to make conforming minor grammatical and formatting edits, clerical corrections, etc., for consistency, and then to provide back to us a final legislative program document with those edits presented by AIM at the meeting on January 10th. The clerk is also directed to attach the updated legislative program after conforming changes to AR 2022-370.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Constant has moved LaFrance Amendment Number 1. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve LaFrance Amendment 1.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Like Ms. Zalatel mentioned, I would just like to thank the administration for their collaborative approach on this document this year. It definitely made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-370S as amended.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 10B3 is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10D1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 693-2022, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing for Virginia McClure, Library Director.
Could we read all three and then just do it?
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So for this item and then the next two items, it's 10D1, 2, and 3, these are confirmations. Because of the packed calendar at the end of the year, we haven't yet had an opportunity to have a confirmation hearing. We have them scheduled for the 16th, and then the motion will be to postpone all three of these items to the meeting of the 20th. The reason the chair asked me to say that to you in advance of having them moved is I've asked the chair to read all three of them, and then we'll just move them as a group.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. 10D2, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 694-2022, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing for Kent Colcase, Director of Public Works. 10D3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 695-2022, Executive Appointment, Confirmation Hearing for Lance Wilbur, Director of Office of Economic and Community Development. Mr. Constant?
I move to postpone these items to December 20th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone items 10D1, 10D2, 10D3 to the meeting of December 20. The motion has been seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone items 10D1, 10D2, 10D3 to the meeting of December 20th.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia, how do you vote?
The motion to postpone these items is approved 10-1. 10D1, 10D2, 10D3 will be back before us at the meeting of December 20th. We now have before us item 10D5, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 706-2022, Sister Cities Commission appointment. What is the will of the body?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move to postpone this item also to the 20th. There's no problem with the individual, but the term is one more of those that we have that isn't square with the timelines of the other appointees. And so we have kind of a comprehensive document that we promised last meeting. We didn't get it to you. Apologize. And so we have just a small slate of corrections. We need to get everything on the same page. And so over the course of the next 2 weeks, the plan is to do that.
Is there a second on the motion to postpone item 10D5?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Sorry.
Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 706-2022 to the meeting of December 20th.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
The motion to postpone item 10D5 is approved 11-0. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of December 20. We now have before us item 10D6, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 707-2022, Police and Fire Retirement Medical Funding Trust Board appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. For this item, when we were doing our review, we were wondering if the title is correct or if this is a commission we don't know about, because under the OnBase system that we have, the title is the Police and Fire Retirement System Board of Trustees, and we don't know if this is a different board that we don't know about or if it's that board.
Yeah.
Ms. Domboski or Mr. Wilbanks?
Yes, through the chair. Mr. Constant, so funny you asked that because I asked the same thing about a year ago when I started doing this board, and it is actually, in fact, a different board, and it's not listed on the on-board website, specifically because they're all elected positions amongst the body themselves. So with that said, the mayor is just forwarding on the election results for confirmation by the assembly.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. So that's interesting. Maybe next time these come up, you could forward the election results you receive as part of the packet, so that way we'd be aware of the difference. That would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I think that it raises lots of questions, but I don't think we need to hash them out here. The primary of which is, do we have a number of these boards, which we don't have kind of a clear record of what they are, because we're being asked to adopt these without the full information of what they are. And so I'm okay with this, knowing that it was an elected body, but we need more information. We probably need to know if there are other boards of this nature.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Constant, we do actually have a staff member who manages these, specifically this board. Mr. Lauren Bretz manages this board in particular and has all the records. And usually records for boards and commissions are maintained at the custodian of the department in which they are held. The mayor's office does their best to check and verify records. And of course, I've been loading stuff to onboard as much as possible. But with that said, the records are maintained by Mr. Bretz, and I'm happy to forward them to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 707-2022.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Item 10D6 is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 709-2022, Amendment Number 3 to the Professional Services Contract with Roger Hickle Contracting, Inc. for the Anchorage Regional Landfill Leachate Upgrades Project. What is the will of the body?
I'll move to approve for discussion.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item.
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions for the administration, just for the public's benefit. This is a contract with Roger Hickle Contracting. The initial contract was a $30,000 contract. There have been a couple amendments since, and now this amendment is asking to amend that $30,000 contract to add an additional $10.1 million. I'd like to hear from legal as to how this is allowable, particularly given what happened at Tudor and Elmore and concerns over extending contracts or making them quite a bit larger with this contractor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Christensen or Ms. Demboski?
Through the chair, I believe Mark Corsentino is here, and he can speak to this, if it would be okay.
This is Mark Corsentino. As far as the vehicle used,
Mr. Corsentino, we can't really hear you.
mechanism allowed via Title VII, and so it is one that has been used before by the municipality, and it's been one that was chosen on this vehicle as well.
Mark, can you repeat that? We couldn't hear you in the beginning. Can you just slow down and talk a little louder?
Sorry, this is Mark Corsentino, the AWO General Manager. We're managing this on behalf of Solid Waste Services because we have a vested interest in this topic of leachate. At the end of the day, the vehicle used is a CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk process to initiate and for this project. That process is a common vehicle used for larger complex projects, and it's been one that has been used before successfully by the MOA on other projects. Because of the nature and size of the project it was used here, it's in accordance with Title VII, and that's why it was selected.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's helpful. I guess if Ms. Christensen or Mr. Gates wouldn't mind just adding a little bit about sort of generally how Title VII would allow a contract for $30,000 to turn into one for over $10 million. I sort of, from a common sense perspective, that feels a little strange to me, but I don't know Title VII well enough to know what the rules are. So if you can just enlighten us, that'd be helpful.
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, I believe the way that this contract is bid through the process is that when we put out the bid, we say it's going to be this initial contract to do the contract management design, and then then it explains the scope of the project will be to potentially, if we choose to go that way, to use the construction company for the entire project. And so the Assembly, I think, sees it once it hits that $500,000 mark, which under Title VII is when a contract for construction comes to the Assembly. And so when it's bid, it has the entire process in there, and then we follow the process to bring it to the Assembly when we're required under Title VII. Is that helpful?
Yeah, and I guess I have one final question. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Is that okay, Madam Chair? When I saw this, I reached out to Mr. Constant as chair of the Utilities Committee to ask if he knew about this, and he didn't. And I guess I'm just curious, a contract of this scale, why didn't this come before the Utilities and Enterprises Committee?
Through the chair, this is Mark again, and unless I missed it, I was not at the meeting, but I believe this was at the November 17th Enterprise Oversight Committee meeting, did it? Unless that was canceled, but it was on the schedule and the agenda. I didn't personally go to that one, but Zapay and others from Solid Waste did. So I think it was presented, but I could be wrong because I wasn't there physically present, but I'm almost certain it was, unless someone else could speak to superior knowledge of that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Demboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think there might be some confusion. I think when we see RHC, I think a lot of people are getting really, they're taking a lot of look. This has nothing to do with the navigation center or anything. But what we generally refer to this project is the leachate upgrade project. So I think our vernacular might be confusing people. But this is a very large, substantial leachate project that is going on at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. I think initially when the project was going out, there was a huge swath of how much this project could potentially be, upwards of potentially $20 million. And so that's why when they bid the project, they originally went through and did the construction manager at risk project, the CMAR project, our process, that's what they call. So they put it out to bid, a bidder wins on it, and then it begins the negotiation process of, okay, give us your cost for this project. And so once the cost is known, that's when we come back to the assembly. I do believe Dan Zapay with Solid Waste Services is also on the line. I can't tell in the audience if he's actually here because there's lots of friends out in the audience, but I think he's on the line. So if you have specific projects about the leachate upgrade project, I think that might be a better way to talk about it because I think we might be confusing you by referring to it as an RHC contract, but it's really for the Anchorage Regional Landfill.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Next in the queue is Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Quinn Davidson, when we discussed it earlier today, we did have a briefing on leachate, but we never saw a document and we certainly never saw any numbers. And there's lots of shock that came across the dice when we saw basically in a 12-month period, we go from 30,000 with a couple small amendments, not so small amendments, 1 million and 3 million, and all of a sudden 10 million additional. And so I would argue it would be nice to have a briefing on the financials on this over the course of the next 2 weeks so we can understand what this means. There wasn't a single presentation of numbers or a document in the conversation at the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee other than a PowerPoint that was on the actual leachate function. And so we're left in a position that is without a lot of information for a rapidly escalating project. And so separately, Chair LaFrance and I are in discussions and have a project that is beginning in draft phase to cabin in Title VII some of these processes so we don't have projects that bloom so rapidly out of nowhere. And so there is a theory, an argument that the CMAR process is good because it allows flexibility, but we need to figure out a way to make sure that the reporting is happening so we understand what we're spending. And so I'll just wait for Mr. Rivera, but I think we need a briefing on these expenses.
Mr. Constant, if I may answer your question, I think that was a question. This specifically amendment number 3 to this particular project is in the amount of $10 million, $10,100,000, and it's for work package 3. The scope of work package 3, it gives a little synopsis on page 2 of 2, and it specifically talks about what this is specifically for work package 3, but again, Mr. Zapay is on the line, so if you have questions for him about the specifics about this work package, I'm sure he's happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Constant, anything further?
I look forward to hearing Mr. Rivera's questions.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think my questions and comments are along the same lines as Mr. Constant. So I guess first I should say I was not at all confused when I saw Roger Hickle Contracting on here. I was able to read this document and understand that this had nothing to do with Tudor and Elmore, but I appreciate that. Second is, so I see here that the Assembly approved Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, and now we have Amendment 3 before us, but I don't see anything about the original contract. Did the Assembly approve the original contract, and if so, can you please give me a number for that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I can certainly find out for you.
Can you answer the original question? Did the Assembly approve the original contract?
I can look it up for you. SWS? please share with us.
And would you turn on the phone, please, and state your name for the record? Green button on the box. Thank you.
Michael Rhodes, Manager of Engineering and Planning with Solid Waste Services. And through the chair, the original contract was set up with the RFP, request for proposal process. It was a $30,000 original contract, which doesn't require assembly approval.
Okay, thanks. So that gets to my exact point here. So this contract didn't require assembly approval. Thank you so much for responding. I don't have any other questions for you. And when it went through the administration without assembly approval, the CMAR, Construction Management at Risk process, was attached to it. All of that was done without any assembly approval or notification as far as I am aware. So sort of the I don't know what kind of metaphor that I'm trying to have here, but this, we didn't have any say in how this was originally constructed, and so here we are being asked to approve an additional $10 million when at the very beginning of this contract, we didn't have any say in how the contract would go moving forward. And I think that's important for us to be able to have those types of, as Mr. Constant alluded to, those types of parameters in Title VII, where if you're going to do a CMAR contract, then the Assembly needs to see it from the very beginning so that we understand a contract that could get really big, like this one is getting, and what the taxpayers, and in this case, likely because this is AWU and SWS, ratepayers are getting into. I think that is really important for us, and so I look forward to that discussion in Enterprise and Utilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and somewhat similar to Mr. Rivera's comments, but as we take on these complex enterprise and utilities projects, whether it's the leachate upgrades, it's the Port of Alaska, Central Transfer Station, I think the request should be, and I'm just going to make it now as Vice Chair of that committee, that a little background briefing each time, maybe a short timeline when we are taking up the next substantive piece, I think would be great to refresh our memories. These things happen, they take years to complete for good reason, and they're often costly and they're complex projects. And so just reminding us of where we've been to kind of tee up where we're going, I think will be really important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, I just want to clarify a couple of things for maybe some that are new to these processes. They're in part new to me at times. The $30,000 original project, whenever a project is competitively bid under $500,000, that's an RFP, an RFQ, an ITB. Anytime those are competitively bid, those are allowed to be, granted without the Assembly's approval first. However, if it's a sole source over $30,000, or if it's over $500,000, then it comes back to the Assembly for consideration. Now, I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, this is a CMAR process, which means it's construction management at risk, which means the contractor who takes a $30,000 contract for potentially doing this work, when we came back to the Assembly, which was in AM 169-2022 on March 15th, 2022, for $1 million, it was $1,300,017 and a lot of change. When we came back to the Assembly in March, the Assembly had the opportunity to ask questions about this project and to approve it or not approve it. If you didn't approve it, again, the contractor is taking on the risk. That is the CMAR process, right? So if you don't approve this contractor, there's a risk they're not going to get the next one. The second work package, again, when it came back before the Assembly for $3,132,000, that was AM 332-2022. That was work package 2. It was approved by this body on June 2nd, 2022. Again, now we are coming to you with work package 3. I think Ms. Salatel's words sing absolutely true, and I think it's a great idea, and I think we can make that improvement 100%. We will make that commitment because I think it's the right thing to do. Because again, it is difficult when you have a lot of these big construction projects. You guys are the assembly. You appropriate money for lots of projects, lots of different things, and it's our responsibility to, explain these projects as we go. But I do want to kind of just bust the myth or help people kind of put into focus. This is not the first time the Assembly has seen this project. It's the third time the Assembly has seen this project. And it wasn't a sole source that was granted without the Assembly's approval. This was a competitively bid project. It followed Title VII. I think, from our perspective, I know the Solid Waste Services Director had told me this is a very time-sensitive issue, so they can keep moving. The leachate project is a very important project to the landfill. I will personally make the commitment to you, whether it's at Enterprise Committee or whether it's at a special assembly work session, whatever format you will, before we bring any more large-scale asks for you on this or any other large-scale project, we will brief the assembly before we put it on the agenda. I think that's really helpful feedback, and I truly appreciate it. But I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear. This is not the first time the assembly saw it, and thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely true. It's not the first time the Assembly has seen it. It's the escalation that I think caught most of us, but it's also that it was on the addendum, and we saw it Friday or later, and a $10 million expenditure out of nowhere 3 days before a meeting, it's just a lot to ask for. And one other note, it's just slipped by, but it's concurred by Patrick Burkt. And so there's a lot of questions. I don't doubt it, and I'm looking now at the 332-2022, and it does state that they anticipate a $17 million project. And so I'm appreciative that that information is there.
Mr. Cross?
Yeah, to follow up with what Mrs. Alatel said, it is appreciated when we have those timelines in there. I had the distinct advantage that we had just voted on this, and then when I joined the Assembly in April, I had an opportunity to tour. It was one of the things I did, and I remember I went out and looked at this site. It's a massive project. I stood there amongst the millions of eagles that are swirling around it in the snow in that early April, and as Dan watched me through and showed me where all the trucks are going through and what the impediment, it doesn't surprise me that it's well over a $10 million project. Perhaps on some of these larger projects, not only when we vote on them, perhaps visiting the site, because that'll cement it in your memory, the scope of what's being done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 709-2022.
Chair, it's too late, yeah.
Mr. Solt?
I vote yes.
Item 10D12 is approved 10-1. We now have before us item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 713-2022, sole source contract with the City of Whittier for professional police services to the Municipality of Anchorage, Girdwood Valley Service Area.
Ms. LaFrance, recognized.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this item because Girdwood has a history of solving its own issues. And this is a great example. Back in 2016, when the troopers pulled out of Girdwood, it created pretty much a public safety crisis until Girdwood residents embraced it and figured out a solution on their own and voted for police powers to tax themselves. And so hence there is the contract with Whittier to provide professional police services to Girdwood. And I urge members to support. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 10D15 is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10E8, resolution number AR 2022-379, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $74,000 as a contribution from the 2022 Girdwood Valley Service Area Operating Fund to the Girdwood Valley Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund, all within the Anchorage Fire Department for the purchase of new fire apparatus or equipment.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Oh, I didn't say when was the will of the body.
What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this item to provide a little more information to members. Girdwood is putting money away to replace engine 41. It's 22 years old, and the goal is to replace it by 2025 when it reaches 25 years and end of useful life. It's important for everyone, I think, in the municipality to understand that when bonds that are proposed and put on the ballot that will be paid solely by Girdwood, they have a poor record of being supported by other residents in the municipality, even though those other residents in the municipality won't be paying or won't be taxed to pay for those bonds. So I thought this was an important item to point out, and also another great example of Girdwood addressing its own issues. Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-379.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 10E8 is approved 11-0. That brings us to the final item that was pulled from the consent agenda. This is item 10E13, a laid on the table item. Actually, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, the vice chair, has reminded me that you will have a motion to change the order of the day.
Yeah, I move to change the order of the day to take this up immediately after 12A, the item on the budget veto overrides.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson to take up item 10E13 after item 12A. The motion has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, did you want to speak any further to your motion?
No, not unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 10E13 after item 12A.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11-0. Before we move on to the unfinished business, we will go ahead and take a break and reconvene in about 15 to 20 minutes. Our members on the line. Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Schultz, are you on the phone?
I'm here. Yes, Madam LaFrance, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Ms. Allard, are you on the line? Okay, maybe she will join us later. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 678-2022, Plating Board Appointment. Sam Laffey. Action was postponed from 11/22/2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion pending. Mr. Constant?
For the purposes of conversation, I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I think this one also has a defect that, again, these defects are not from this administration. We're looking really close to get the terms lined up. I have to open my document to verify. Why don't you let Ms. Alto go before while I'm looking for the record?
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a question on if, for instance, one of these ends up being wrong and we approve it, is there a mechanism to go back and correct it after the fact? Because I think it's really hard to kind of keep the vice chair on the spot trying to make sure we're doing this. So is there some way to go back holistically and make any corrections?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So we are preparing a communication back to the administration with a table of going back several years of how these terms have gotten out of alignment. And so we'll ask them to resubmit a memorandum with all of the corrected terms. We could do it by ordinance, and we would prefer to do it collaboratively. For example, on this item, according to our records, it appears that there is a member, Valerie Ritz, whose term is not expired, and maybe she's no longer serving and has resigned. I don't know. But if that's the case, then still the terms don't match, because if you go back into the appointing documents for Ms. Ritz, her term was set from 2020 to 2023, but this document shows 2022 to 2025. Which extends the term essentially 2 years past the term that this seat is eligible for. And so we're just still kind of sorting through and we're really grateful to the administration for helping us work through this process of getting three administrations records kind of aligned, 4 maybe, all the way back to Sullivan. But at this point, we don't know, is Ms. Ritz off? And if she is off, the term isn't correct. So we don't think it's proper for us to try to sort this out here on the dais, but rather have the administration resubmit.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Anything further, Ms. Zalatel? And then I'll ask the administration if they would like to respond.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Yes, as you are very aware, the boards and commissions have been quite messed up when it comes to the appointments, specifically in the last 2 years, actually, is really where we've identified the problem as being. And during the process when the paper documents, and Mr. Rivera, you can comment to this as well, I'm sure, since he used to manage boards and commissions quite well and had spectacular records. Really, the issue results in the last 2 years is what we've found out prior to Bronson's beginning term. So yeah, we've been trying to untangle as much as we can. We are still following the spirit of the law in Title IV. Specifically saying that terms should be staggered to the best of their ability, pro rata for the number of seats available. So we are still following the spirit of the law in that case. So yeah, we'd be open to trying to fix these and correct them, and always willing to see any other evidence to try to make sure the terms are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbanks. Any follow-up, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Do we know what happened with Ms. Ritz?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So it appears that the term of Ms. Ritz has not expired, but this is the seat that she's in. And so it looks like we're attempting to appoint someone over someone who currently sits. And we don't know whether she has resigned or what it is. And maybe we're wrong with this information, but our records show that the seat that Mr. or Ms. Laffey is proposed to serve in is one that's already full.
Yeah, through the chair, I think we'd have to compare records, and I would recommend that we do this offline if potential. Secondarily, I would like to also add on that the plating board, and it is time sensitive to make sure we do this before Christmas, the plating board is really starting to suffer from a lack of people being able to show up to it. We don't have a quorum on it, or about to not have a quorum on it here soon, so it is very time sensitive. So yeah, I'd welcome a conversation prior to Christmas.
Okay, then I would move that we postpone this item to December 20th.
Through the chair, may I answer your question? So, I just add I have clarification.
Okay, we'll go ahead and, this is a little bit out of order, but go ahead, Mr. Cross, if you want to respond, and then we'll go to your motion.
Ms. Ritz is part investor and owner of the Forest Park subdivision, and so she has a direct conflict with plating board issues. So she's been asked to withdraw herself, and so they need to fill her position. The plating board is already short. It's teetering on being a short board, which means they can't progress. So I think there's a urgency to get her seat filled so that they can conduct a plating business as usual.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Before we continue, I want to note for the record that we have been joined by Ms. Allard on the phone. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, so that raises all manner of very challenging questions that an individual, because they do X line of business, can't be excluded from all of the business of a board, only the business that is specific to their interests. And so it certainly raises the question of if somebody has been essentially told they can no longer serve, I think that's outside of the code. The code says they're appointed for a term and can only be removed for cause, as in they have done something wrong. And so this, I think, even more importantly raises the question that we should take just a little more time, December 20th, so we can get the facts. So, Madam Chair, I would also, again, make that motion to postpone this item to December 20th and ask for a second.
Second.
A motion to postpone AM 678-2022 to the meeting of December 20 has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anything further on this motion, Mr. Constant? Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 678-2022 to the meeting of December 20.
Ms. Allard, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Salt?
No.
The motion to postpone item 11A is approved 9-3. This item will be back before the Assembly at the meeting of December 20. We now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 679-2022, Anchorage Water and Wastewater Board of Directors appointment, Garrett Boyle. Action was postponed from the meeting of November 22, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. No motion is pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, this one looks great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 679-2022.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 11B is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2022-84, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code subsection 23.10.105 to restore previous language regarding exceptions to the requirements for contractor licensing. Public hearing was closed September 27, 2022. Action was postponed from the meeting of September 27, 2022, also at the meeting of October 11, 2022, and the meeting of October 25, 2022. Mr. Cross moved to approve. It was seconded by Mr. Volan. A motion to approve is on the floor. Mr. Constant?
I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 11C indefinitely. It has been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This has been an ongoing saga of trying to get this item tooled into a form that achieves the goal of the previous project, the couples amendment, and at the same time protects the building department and its compliance with the state law. We were told by Mr. Trombley that Currently, there is no permitting that's happening under the code amended, and I would ask him to talk to the department and consider allowing code amendments, or excuse me, permits that don't have anything to do with electrical or plumbing or other licensure required projects should they come forward. But separately, there is another project that's moving through the Community and Economic Development Committee that's been heard there that actually takes the place of this item and will, without sacrificing the goal, achieve the outcome that we had seen or asked for in the previous projects. And so my request is that this item is postponed indefinitely and allow the other product to move because it will get the job done without sacrificing the benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AO 2022-84.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 11C indefinitely has been approved 12-0. Next, we will take up one item in the 12 section. Under reserved, we now have before us item 12A, Assembly Action on Mayoral Veto of Ordinance Number AO 2022-87 as amended, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2023 General Government Operating Budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to override all vetoes except the following. The vetoes to strike line 3 of Amendment 8 of the Alcohol Tax Omnibus, which is $150,000 for technical assistance, and those to reduce lines 7 and 14 of Amendment 8 GG Omnibus for the security contract.
Second.
And may I state what that is in regular language so people can follow along?
Yes, and let me just note for the record, motion to override all the vetoes except
Yes.
Except
two items.
Except two items
Yep.
has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson, and I believe the second was Mr. Rivera.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe it includes an override of an item I've previously been ruled to have a conflict on, so we either need to bifurcate or I need to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. You are excused. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you. Just for the public's benefit, so the mayor,
Wait, I'm not comfortable with what just happened. Sorry.
Okay.
It's important we get this right. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
I'm sorry that I don't want to be excused from any items that I don't have a conflict in. So
Okay.
I'm going to move to bifurcate line, what is it, 15 and line 15 and line 5 strikes out of the veto override motion from Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
actually, may I, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
So actually what we're doing here is there's three, and Ms. Camacho, correct me if I'm wrong, there are three substantive items. One is the technical assistance for 150, one is the security contract, and the last are the Brother Francis grants. So I'm actually moving to only override the veto with respect to Brother Francis. So I think you actually are, if that's the one you're choosing to step out for.
So that's the only one, so lines 15 and 5, I believe it is?
Well, and then 13 is a companion because it's the revenue side.
Okay.
We went back and forth about whether it'd be easier to move everything except or just to move to override one, and there was some changing ideas.
Okay, thank you. I will step out. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that from the description.
Yeah, fair enough. It's confusing. Okay, so may I go ahead? So what would be remaining then are lines 15, 5, and 13. And since Mr. Rivera originally brought those amendments to the budget that the mayor is attempting or has vetoed, I'd like him to speak to the reason that we should consider overriding that veto for those three lines.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So as I explained to everyone during the budget process, this proposal that I brought forward was something that was worked on by a variety of providers to help strengthen our baseline safety net within the HPRS, the Homeless Prevention Response System. This amendment is in line with the Anchored Home Plan, which is our community's plan to end homelessness, and a lot of the work done by the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Task Force. The specific part that the mayor vetoed was regarding funding to help BFS achieve a permanent 120-bed count. As a reminder, BFS has been running at 75 beds since it reopened as a low-barrier shelter and was willing to increase their beds to assist us achieve the goal of our emergency shelter plan to 120 from 75. We achieved that through temporary funding as part of the emergency shelter plan. So when that funding ends, BFS will go back down to 75 beds because they just don't have the funding to maintain a 120-bed capacity. Rather than force people out onto the streets, which is what the mayoral veto would achieve, the amendment brought forward during the budget process sought to permanently add those beds into our system by providing the funding for them on a recurring basis, meaning annually the municipality would take on that responsibility, which is in line perfectly with the Anchored Home Plan. So when I saw the veto by the mayor, my jaw dropped. This veto goes against a lot of the political rhetoric that we've heard from his office, especially the very recent rhetoric that we've heard regarding the Sullivan. So once again, I ask the Assembly to lead on homelessness and vote to override this ill-conceived veto and provide assurance to the people staying at BFS that some of them won't be kicked out onto the streets at the end of the year. Now, I know I was just asked to comment, Madam Chair, but I actually have a question for the administration. Can I do that now, or do you just want me to get in the queue?
Will that work, Ms. Quinn-Davidson? Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So my question for the administration, and I really do need to make sure I get a very good response to this question. So if we vote to override this particular veto, will the administration be able to implement this specific part of the budget?
Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, we have to follow the language that's provided by the Assembly. And the language that's provided by the Assembly on these is an annual basis to allow for permanent increase of single adult shelter capacity, Brother Francis Shelter. We have a letter. The reason this was vetoed is because we have correspondence with the Brother Francis Shelter that they have no intention of permanently increasing their single adult shelter capacity. So that's the challenge that we're running into. We'd be happy to fund it as long as the language meets the purpose.
So I guess a follow-up then, so basically what we, the Assembly, are trying to do is to permanently increase the number of beds at Brother Francis Shelter from 75 to 120. Right now they are at a 120 on a temporary basis because that's what we funded them at. So is the administration's position that even though we are trying to, as the Assembly, to permanently increase them from 75 to 120, that you are refusing to do that?
Through the chair, Ms. Rivera, no, that's not at all what we're saying. I do have a question for you, though. Is Brother Francis Shelter going to be permanently increasing their capacity to 120?
Yes, that will be their permanent bed going forward if we fund them. Otherwise, they're going to go down to 75.
Through the chair, Ms. Rivera, can you help explain why we have a letter from Brother Francis Shelter that they said that's saying that they have no intention of doing so?
Someone from Brother Francis Shelter is on the line, so perhaps Ms. Dempsey can respond to that.
Ms. Dempsey, are you available?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Trombley?
I just want it to be known that the administration does not oppose providing funding the challenge that we have is we need to make sure that what the funding is going to is that the language meets what we're going to do. So that's all we're saying. We're happy to support this. We're happy to pay for it. We're happy to follow through with the appropriation. We just need to ensure that the language meets the intent.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley.
Can I speak while you're trying to do that? We have people in the queue.
We are just waiting for Ms. Dempsey to dial in. We'll go ahead and continue through the queue for now. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I was going to ask much the same question that Felix asked to the mayor. The mayor is not here, or someone else. I mean, there was a very clear, the mayor and the mayor's office stated something about a nonprofit.
Hello?
And then in the ADN, there was the exact contradictory statement, and I just kind of want to get to the bottom of it, but I think that Mr. Rivera has gone far enough, so you can take me out of the queue. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And I believe we have Ms. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera, do you want to restate your question?
Thank you. So, Ms. Dempsey, I think Mr. Trombley can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the basic question is, will you be able to permanently staff 120 beds at Brother Francis Shelter if you get the funding that we approved in the budget?
Yeah, sorry, it's breaking up. But if you can hear me, yes, our intention is to go permanently to 120 beds.
Through the chair. Perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Dempsey. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and thank you, Mr. Trombley. Do you have more questions? Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. So I guess I have a question then to the administration. As a sign of good faith, will the administration withdraw their veto?
Well, the mayor's currently not here, so I don't have the authority to do that, but if you want to override it.
Thank you. I will continue to move through the queue. Actually, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, I'll go to Mr. Constant and Mr. Boland and then come back to you.
No, I'm fine with what we just heard from the administration and from the provider, that the goal is to expand capacity to 120 beds.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Boland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I think it's important to, for future reference, when we're incorporating budget amendments into an omnibus amendment, that we also look to the original amendments for intent language. So for instance, amendment number 5, as originally put forward by Assemblymember Rivera, said this amendment seeks to specifically delineate the currently allocated $730,000 in the AHD budget on an annual basis to Brother Francis Shelter to allow them to permanently increase their capacity to 120 individuals. So I don't believe there was ever an assembly intent to fund capacity beyond 120. I do have a question, if it's okay, for Ms. Dempsey, if she's still on the line.
I am.
Ms. Dempsey, would you mind speaking to, I've heard from some community members in Fairview and downtown that there's sort of an understanding that Brother Francis does not have intentions to go beyond that 120, and that's sort of in response to some of the concerns brought forward from the community?
Yes, that is true. Partly, it really has to do with our infectious control, our infectious disease control policy. So the way that our beds are set up right now, we want to make sure that we never go back to being less than 3 feet apart, and just the configuration of how the beds have to be for that, we really don't have the capacity to go beyond 120 people.
Okay, thank you. And in that case, I feel good about supporting this override. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, I think a lot of the things that have been said here by Mr. Rivera, and it's really frustrating that Here we have a community provider doing good work. We have Mr. Rivera who spent time working on this amendment to bring us to 120, obviously having conversations with Brother Francis, and then to receive this veto that is just based on lack of information just shows that the administration is not collaborating with our partners. And for a mayor who claims that his biggest goal is to solve homelessness, yet he doesn't talk to any of the partners. I mean, we got a letter from the coalition today saying they knew nothing about this attempt to move the Sullivan to additional capacity, which no one even had the wherewithal to move because they don't understand process. I mean, it really is baffling to me, and I just had to say that. So thank you, Mr. Rivera, for having Ms. Dempsey here. Thank you for collaborating with our partners, and thank you for making this possible so that we can actually make progress on homelessness in our community.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next in the queue is Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And could you speak up a bit or bring the phone closer?
Yes, is that
Thank
better?
you. That's
Sorry.
better.
Thank you. This is a question for Brother Francis. They said they didn't want to move beyond 120 at Brother Francis, and I'd just like to know the reason behind that. And I'd also like to say if we had the navigation center, we wouldn't be in this pickle. But since we don't, I do want to know from Brother Francis why they don't want to go beyond the 120.
Sure. So I think that there's really a couple of reasons. One is because, you know, when we did go down to 75, I think we really did recognize the quality of service at a smaller shelter. And so we really want to make sure that we're staying trauma-informed, that we are really right-sized staff to client ratio. And so 120 really seems to be a good sweet spot. And I think also just in terms of the neighborhood itself, that seems to be a good spot. But the other piece, which is something I just kind of referenced a second ago, is that, you know, even without COVID, we want to really be true to our infectious disease control policy, which really says we can't be more than or less than 3 feet apart. So with that, just the bed configuration in our shelter, we just literally don't have the space to go beyond 120.
Can I do a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Sure, go ahead.
Before COVID, what was your guys' capacity, please? And then, depending on your answer, I might have a follow-up.
Sure. So our capacity, and again, I would say that we were not following our infectious disease control policy, was 240. And in that configuration, you know, mats really were just up against one another throughout the entire shelter. So that's just something that we've stopped doing so that we can maintain that 3 feet distance.
So you're, okay, and then, so you're saying you provide better quality of care, which would entail exactly what? What do you mean by quality of care? Are you saying that before COVID, people didn't get good quality of care?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all. But I would say that we were the only low-barrier shelter in the community prior to COVID. And so really our intent at that point was to make sure that we were bringing as many people in out of the cold as possible. We just didn't want anybody to not have a place to shelter. And I think now that we're seeing these partnerships where, you know, we have Sullivan Arena now and there are other opportunities and other places for people to go, it really has given us an opportunity to really think about what our ideal care could be. And when I talk about, you know, a big part of this really does have to do with client to staff ratio, having, you know, fewer people in that space just gives us an opportunity to create deeper, I think, more supportive relationships with the folks that we're serving there, which ultimately helps them move on and move out of shelter and into permanent housing.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, just one last question, I promise, and thank you so much for your insight. I do appreciate it. Could you tell me what the fire code is for the Brother Francis as far as allowability of individuals?
I think it is 240. I think that is our, you know, that's the capacity of the building for the fire code.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Next in the queue is Mr. Cross.
Thank you. And before we look to increase capacity at the Brother Francis shelter, I think it would be fair to ask the neighbor of the Brother Francis shelter, who's out here waving his arms frantically, Mr. Oliva, just real quick, if you could keep it short, what...
I'm sorry, Mr. Cross. This request is out of order.
It's not appropriate to ask the neighbor to the Brother Francis shelter what he thinks about increasing in capacity?
No, it is not. There are other neighbors as well. Sir, please. You are creating an actual disruption. Please stop. Mr. Oliva, please stop. I'm going to ask security to come and escort you out. Security, please escort Mr. Oliva out.
And I respect your decision, but I think everybody here, if you're neighbors to a development, you would like to have your voices heard.
I will remind members that members may always move to override the ruling of the chair and put a decision before the other members of the body. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to override all vetoes except the vetoes to 1, strike line 3 of Amendment 8, alcohol tax omnibus, $100,000 for technical assistance, and 2, reduce lines 7 and 14 of Amendment 8, GG omnibus for the security contract.
Ms. Allard, how do you vote?
No.
And Mr. Salt?
No.
The motion to override the vetoes is approved 8-3. We now have before us item 10E13, which was a laid on the table item, unnumbered resolution. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating not to exceed $150,000 of alcohol tax revenues not budgeted for expenditure to the Legislative Branch 2023 operating budget for education and outreach, all within the Alcoholic Beverages Retail Sales Tax Fund.
Move to approve. Oh, sorry.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was one of the items, the intent of this was one of the items that the mayor vetoed. And in the memo, the legal memo describing why the veto was issued, there was an assertion that this $150,000, as it was drafted, violated the separation of powers doctrine because the legislative branch was getting involved in how AHD, or would be getting involved if it were approved, in how AHD was running the grant-making process. In reviewing that language, we thought, you know, we probably could have worded it better and shown the intent. So the intent is really more of an educational effort to let the community know and groups know how to apply for grants, to make sure that we're attracting a diverse group of folks from all different walks of life that are working on the goals that the alcohol tax is intended to solve. So it's really more of an education effort, and I think that framing it as technical assistance and in the way that we did could have led to confusion. So that was why I recommended that we let that veto stand and instead lay this on the table, which better describes the same funds. I'm happy to read it, the purpose if folks need that, but this is something we already discussed before. So let me know if you need any additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Is there any discussion?
May I add one more thing?
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
So right now, we have this much in the alcohol tax unappropriated because of the veto. So it would just use the remainder of that amount that's expected for 2023 of the alcohol tax revenue.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10E13.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Salt?
No.
Item 10E13 is approved 9-3.
Vice Chair Constant?
Thank you. So lots of people here to testify on a specific item, but we have a few more must-pass items that we have to take up tonight. The item is way later in the agenda, so I am going to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up the must-pass items that remain and then move on to that item. So the motion is to change the order today to take up 13A, 14A, 15A, B, and C, and then 14E.
Is there a second on the motion to change the order of the day?
I think I got it. Is 14 right?
Madam Chair, point of information. Would you repeat that, Mr. Constant?
Yes, it is 13A, 14A, 15A, B, C, and then 14E.
I'll second, Madam Chair.
And the motion is now up on the screen.
Is it
It was-
possible to amend that?
So let me just state for
Second.
the record that the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 13A, followed by 14A, 15A, 15B, 15C, and 14E has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Solt.
Actually, never mind. I would.
Oh, by Ms. Zalatel. Seconded by Ms. Zalatel.
Disregard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bullen. Mr. Constant, do you want to speak further to this motion? I think you already addressed it. Any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am concerned about 14C not making it before we possibly could run out of time. It's an emergency rental assistance item with the intent to, I believe, get those funds out before the end of the year. So
So I would be amenable to change the motion to add 14C after 14A.
as the second, I would agree.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Bullen?
I think I'd like to do the same, well, I'd like to do one of two things. Do the same for 14D, because I know there's some people here who wanted to testify on that. Or tell those people that they can go home and postpone that until the 20th, one or the other, just because I think we're going to have a lot of people lined up to testify in 14E.
May I ask who is here for 14D? D, okay.
Through the chair. Madam
Ms.
Chair,
I
think,
In the queue.
oh, I
Go-
apologize.
Go ahead,
Do you-
Mr. Cross.
Do you think it might be appropriate to find out who's here to testify on items other than 14E so we can see, I mean, I know 14F, there's some individuals here as well. I mean, if we're not going to get to it, we should respect their time and tell those individuals we're not likely to get to those issues and not to spend till midnight here, which I anticipate will be waiting for something that'll never come.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
I was just going to say that in general, I don't support moving things around a lot like this because I feel like people look at the agenda, they make plans to come, they want to testify on things. So I think we're not going to end tonight as it is. So I would prefer to stick with the agenda as it is. And if we need to move the 15s because they're must passes, that's one thing. But I think moving other items that people are here to testify about to later doesn't seem fair. So I'll be a no vote.
I guess we'll be withdrawing the motion.
I agree. We now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2022-98, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending and updating Anchorage Municipal Code Title 28 Elections. This item, this public hearing has been continued from the meeting of November 22nd, 2022, in order to give members of the public a second opportunity, or an opportunity to testify, not a second time, but a second opportunity for testifying. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please come forward, state your name for the record, the area of the muni in which you live, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Irene Quidnow, Sand Lake. This is your third attempt to give the municipal clerk, not attempt, you already did 2 changes to give her more powers. And now you're giving her more power again. I oppose Ordinance AO 2022-98. And one of the things that concerns me the most is observer registration. The campaigns are allowed to have observers, and they were the ones that signed the paperwork for the observers up to this point. If this passes, not only is the municipal clerk in charge of conducting the election, then she can also determine who can observe the election. So if she decides, oh, I don't like you because you file complaints too many times, I won't sign your paperwork to become an observer. And that is, if nothing else, a conflict of interest. You can't have, there's absolutely no balance in this. You can't have the person who is running the election also determine who can look at the election. This is why, for financial reasons, for example, you have an independent audit. And the important word is independent. By giving the clerk the powers to also determine who can observe the election, she has absolute power to do whatever she wants, and that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. There's an amendment that was just passed out to you. Effectively, I would move Constant LaFrance amendment number, or Constant LaFrance Peterson amendment number 1.
Second.
Was the second Mr. Voland? Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So it's kind of a small thing, but important. What it does is it no longer requires the clerk to notify a candidate if their declaration of candidacy is complete. It only requires the clerk to notify the candidate if it's deficient. And for the purposes of anyone who might be interested, as soon as, at the end of the day, a completed application is submitted, it's posted on the website. So anyone who is interested in that information can gather it themselves immediately or almost immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the amendment.
Ms. Allard, on the amendment?
No.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 11-1. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Mr. Cross?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Ms. Christensen and legal counsel as to regards to the public testimony. And you'll have to forgive me because there's substantial docs here in this proposal. Does this AO, in fact, put the municipal clerk both not only in charge of elections, but saying who can? Basically, what's the word? Witness or, excuse me? Observer, thank you. I don't know why I had a space out, but also observe, because I would agree that that would be a conflict of interest, basically, a role. Or maybe someone can assist me in letting me know where that's at.
It's been a little while since I read this part of the ordinance, but I don't think so. It's not a conflict necessarily. Observers have had to register for many years. This just changed the process a little bit, as I understand it, so that instead of the candidate having to sign off for each observer, now the clerk can sign off for observers, and it's not a matter of authorization. I think there's some criteria to be met, and I think the criteria, the clerk can authorize the person to be an observer, so it's not at discretion so much. But I don't have the language right in front of me, so I say that with a grain of salt, and if Ms. Christensen or even the clerk has something to add, I invite them to.
Okay, so it's expanding both the candidate and the clerk can sign off on them, not just the clerk. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Through the chair. Mr. Cross, this information is in the Observer handbook, which is part of the materials that you have. We provided it both in final format and in red line format. And I'm looking at it right now. It's page 8 of 33 under Observer Registration. And Mr. Gates is actually correct. The procedure used to be that there's a bunch of criteria for an observer to get registered. And at the end they have to fill out a registration form, a confidentiality agreement, a training and tour agreement, and then they have to do a certificate of training from online training. And after that was all done, the elections team would issue their badge. And the old observer manual required the candidate or the candidate's campaign manager to come in and pick up the badges and then sign them. And so the observers were struggling because the candidate and the campaign manager are a little busy right about that time, and they've done everything. They've met all the criteria that Mr. Gates was talking about. So what we changed it to is the clerk can sign the badge. And so now it's streamlining the observer process. It is a ministerial act. It means that if they meet the criteria which existed before, we have to sign that badge. So it's good for the observers and the candidates.
So you're just finalizing, this is an approved observer who's come in with their paperwork, and we're just signing the badge. It's basically to the final process in it. I've got clarification. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was done as a matter of convenience for the campaigns, and so I think it's better for everyone all around. These amendments to Title 28 have been happening pretty much regularly, and after the election, if there was something that happened during the election that we think could be improved by tweaking the code, that's what we do, and that's what these changes and amendments to the code are. And this is the second public hearing for this, and I would appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So this project is an annual project, has been stated, and it's the culmination of what happens after every election. We take stock of everything that worked and everything that didn't work as well as it should have, and we aim to improve the process, which is natural in any organization. Elections are very important to get as right as possible. There's never been an election that happened that didn't have a mistake. That's just the nature of human processes. That said, these changes this year are not extraordinary. They're almost all pretty simple and straightforward cleanups of procedures that we've seen in the past that needed to be tidied. And I want to thank the election staff for working so hard to get this process done. There are plenty of documents if individuals are curious about exactly what's involved in all of this. There are crosswalks that demonstrate all of the change. It's available if you go to muni.org/watchnow and tap into the agenda for this item. And members may note that under the item there is also listed a resolution. There is a resolution that is incorporated under this item, which gets to what we just discussed. The resolution is updates to the Election Observer Handbook. And so incorporated into this AO that we're adopting is both AO 2022-98 and AR 2022-328. And I urge your adoption of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant, and I just will call attention to the late on the table item, AIM 239-2022, which contains a list of, or outlines the public process for these particular changes. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-98 as amended. And just for clarification, this item 13A includes AR 2022-328.
Ms. Allard?
Absolutely not. No.
Mr. Salt?
Vote yes.
Item 13A is approved 11-1. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2022-17, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Charter to support and advance early childhood education.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed on September 13, 2022. A motion to reopen the public hearing passed at that same meeting of September 13, 2022. Public hearing was continued from the meeting of October 25, 2022, and also the meeting of November 9, 2022. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to postpone to the meeting of January 10th, and if I can get a second, I'll explain why.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleagues have known, we've had to postpone this a number of times, and I want to explain that by saying that we want to make sure we do this right. And this has been a lot of work over the last year and a half with colleagues and with the community and with the marijuana industry. There's currently an effort to gather more information through some polling that is going to allow us to have more data. And we have now scheduled a work session on
January 6th.
January 6th. We feel like that a little more time we'll have a much better product. So I beg my colleagues' patience and ask that they allow us to postpone this a little bit more so that we can make sure to get it all right and finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. So a motion to postpone item 13B to the meeting of January 10 has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 13B to the meeting of January 10.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone is approved 12-0. Item 13B will be back before the Assembly at the meeting of January 10. We will now move on to new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-106, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 12.55.030 to update the methodology pertaining to the 5-year adjustment to the motor fuel excise tax rate. Finance Department. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. And we do not have anyone signed up for phone testimony on this item. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel, do you want to speak to this motion? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Well, on its face, it looks like it does a good thing by keeping a fraction of $1 of your motor fuels tax lower. I think what it actually does is it, over the next 5 years, shifts substantially the costs of our municipality from what's now being paid by people who are driving in from the valley, at least in part, to the taxpayer. And so I'm not a supporter of this item because it effectively shifts the burden onto the taxpayer, the residential property taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thanks. Does the administration want to respond to that? Because that's not how I read it, so I would like further clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel. I appreciate that opportunity. I would like Municipal Treasurer Dan Moore to come down and just in a nutshell explain what this ordinance actually does. Thank you for the opportunity.
Good. Okay, hello, my name's Dan Moore, I'm the Municipal Treasurer, and thank you for the question. This is through the chair. This particular ordinance is very much a technical cleanup. The CPI data approach changed 1 year after this ordinance came into effect, so that was the first issue that we came across. The next issue, when we started looking at what the 5-year adjustment would be, we were informed by the law department that we are not allowed to do the exact calculation, which would have been 1.52 cents. We would have to round up to 2 cents. And based on that, we recommended that we postpone the increase for another 5 years, given all the concerns that the general public has about inflation in general. What Mr. Constant referred to a moment ago, the 10 cent per gallon tax that exists now will continue to provide property tax relief. So that people driving from the valley or anywhere in Anchorage that purchase at retail in Anchorage, they will continue to pay 10 cents per gallon. What this does result in is that the additional 1 or 2 cents that could have been a possible addition means there's $2.6 million less of property tax relief. And that is the result of this action.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused how a technical adjustment ends up with a $2.6 million tax adjustment. Or can you talk a little bit more about how using a different mechanism? Because it says the August CIP-U report, or in the new languages, or the nearest chronologically available index data. How does that have this effect?
Because the inflation, through the chair to Ms. Zalatel, because the inflation has spiked up so much in the last year, it obscures the formula quite a bit. And the way it was originally designed is we had every 6 months there would be CPI data. 1 year after enactment, starting in 2018, Department of Labor started publishing averages based on every 2 months. And so it just so happens that we spiked quite high with our fuel tax earlier this year, and that ends up causing a bigger adjustment than otherwise would have occurred. And so, like I said, we wanted to keep it 1.52 cents if we were going to do it, but the law department said we'd have to round up to 2 pennies.
Thank you. May I ask one more follow-up question? And so if we were to pass this tonight, nothing changes until January 1, 2028?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm sorry, you can remove me. I had the same question as Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Rivera and then Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, as it relates to that 2.6 million, so that's not something that, I guess the question is, that's not something that the property taxpayers would have to take on. That's just additional revenue that we would have captured if, but now we're not going to capture it. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Allard?
It's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Dunbar?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess you can sort of, I'm not saying what you just said was wrong, Mr. Moore, but I think what Mr. Constant said is also not incorrect. It just depends how you look at it. If we are at or near the cap and we use the fuel tax to offset property taxes, if we artificially, or however, through this ordinance, we hold the fuel tax down, then property taxpayers are going to pay more, assuming that we are at or near the cap. Is that correct?
That is correct on a go-forward basis, yes.
Yeah, so, no, I mean, we're making a choice tonight. We either pay for municipality using more of the fuel tax or more of the property tax. And ultimately, in a $583 million budget, $2.6 million isn't a tremendous amount of money. But it's interesting. I had thought when we passed the fuel tax that it was just a flat 10 cents. And I guess because we were explicitly not doing a percentage. And so I'm a little bit surprised that it had this auto escalator at all, but it was a number of years ago. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Madam Chair, may I just comment? At the time the ordinance was approved, it was, I believe Assembly member training was on the Assembly, and it was noted that certain types of taxes they wanted to grow, the Assembly wanted to increase periodically with inflation similar to what property taxes do, because otherwise the value of that tax becomes less and less over time. The last point I'd make is the inflation rate over the last year or so has been so extraordinary that we felt it was wise to go ahead and give 5 years for hopefully the economy and inflation to normalize, and that's why we projected out that far.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Zalatel?
Thanks. So I find this to be terribly confusing, and we didn't have a work session. That I'm pretty certain we didn't have a work session, and I'd like to run through more of the scenarios because I just heard two different things, quite frankly, between Mr. Dunbar's question and my previous question. So I'm going to move to postpone to the first meeting in January, which is January 11.
Second. Madam Chair, if I could just quickly comment on that. The current code goes into effect January 1, and we have to give notice to the operators before that. So that's why this was a must-pass tonight.
May I? Okay, thank you. Well, I'll amend my request to December 20th. If the second will agree.
Agrees.
Thank you. And if I may speak to that really briefly, Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate that it's a must-pass, but a must-pass where we're debating whether or not we're increasing or not the taxes on gas and its effect on property taxes, especially in a volatile situation with our economy right now and inflation. I need more context. I need to be able to talk, not on this dais in a more conversational way about various scenarios. What does this mean for the residents of Anchorage? What does it mean in relation to the tax cap? And I'm catching bits and pieces of it, but to come up with a holistic understanding to feel confident in voting on this, I need a work session at a minimum. So I would urge your support to give us the time to do that, because what's started out as being billed as a technical change seems to have a lot more implications than I was aware of. I really thought this was much more of a language change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. So we now have a motion to postpone this item to the meeting of December 20th before us, made by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volan. I'll go through the queue for members who wish to speak on this motion to postpone. Mr. Cross? On the motion to postpone?
Yeah, I don't support postponing. I'm ready to vote no on this, on the original minute. I mean, gas taxes are paid by tourists and paid by everybody, whereas property taxes are paid by residents primarily. Simple for me.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. I will take myself out of the queue. I was going to speak on the main motion. Ms. Quinn Davidson on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm kind of thinking along the lines as Kevin or Mr. Cross. But my question is, what happens if we vote no on this?
Mr. Moore?
Sure. Through the chair to Ms. Quinn Davidson. The current code would automatically go into effect starting January 1. We would inform the operators to go ahead and start increasing 2 cents per gallon starting January 1.
Any follow-up, Ms. Quinn Davidson?
So I thought, and sorry, I feel like we're all just catching up on the formulas here, but I thought that the proposal actually increased it to 2 cents. But you're saying, did you round down to 1 cent, and that's where that 2.4, 2.6 came from?
A one penny increase through the chair per gallon equates to $1.3 million total citywide. That's a 1 cent increase. The law department, the exact calculation turned out to be 1.52 cents, and we wanted to go ahead and just recommend that it go to 1 cent. The law department said we had to go to 2 cents. So with a 2 cent per gallon increase on top of the 10 cent per gallon that exists today, that equates to another $2.6 million of revenue. That is a direct offset to property taxes.
I guess I'm sorry if I'm being dense, but I'm confused why, first of all, the law department said we had to go to 2. You mean you had to round to some even cent? It doesn't have to be 2, it could be 1, right?
We had read the original language, and we thought we had more discretion than the law department said we did. We thought we could recommend a 1 cent increase, and they said based on just standard mathematical rounding, it had to be a 2 cent.
So it's
per
2
gallon.
or none?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. And so the 2 cent, to me, it feels counterintuitive because the 2 cent increase to the gas tax should relieve property taxes. But you're saying the 2 cent increase that you're proposing adds more. Forrest understands it better.
And actually, Mr. Dunbar's in the queue next.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
The ordinance prevents the 2 cent increase.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I stay in just briefly? I support the motion to postpone until the 20th, both so we can clear some of this up, but also because to me it's not so much the 2 cents that bothers me or the ordinance, it's the 2028. And I just don't know if this inflationary period is going to last the next 6 years or 5 years. I certainly hope that it doesn't. And so if your department can work with the law to come up with some proposal between now and the 20th, that we could discuss at a work session that maybe would do a year, maybe 2 years, something a little bit more of a compact time frame, I would have more comfort in voting for that. Or you can just wait me out because I'm only here for 2 more meetings. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
I would say almost exactly what Mr. Dunbar said, that it was the 2028 piece that caught me, because who knows what happens between now and then, and that's too far for me. And so a solution that came somewhere between there and here seems like it could be quite reasonable.
If I could, Madam Chair, to Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Constant, and Glenn is with me. Glenn's our new deputy treasurer. But what we're hearing from the money managers that we deal with is inflation there's a stickiness to it, and it's going to remain high for quite some time. It has come down slightly, but if you were to say do a deferral of say 2 years instead of 5 years, you're guaranteeing a pretty significant increase because you're picking some very high years of inflation. So by going out 5 years, you allow it to smooth out.
Mr. Constant?
Right, and that's the dilemma that I see, is that the same dynamics affect the property taxpayer, who has the main and primary burden of paying for the operation of this city. And so that same dynamic affects them, and I would prefer, if I had to choose, that the property taxpayer see that marginal benefit than, you know, the tourists that visit or the folks who drive in from the valley. And I know a lot of Girdwood people here probably feel a little different, and I am cognizant of that. But we have to look at the whole. And so for my part, I'm looking at the property taxpayer's perspective, and I want to make sure if we have a little pocket to protect, that's where I want to protect.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then I'll drop this because I know we need to move on. I guess what I'm saying is not so much change the calculation as hold it at 10 cents and push out this decision for 1 year, if you can do that, so we can get a little bit better information. I think that would be my preference, and then to maybe then make it a little bit tighter of a time frame. And I'll say also, Kirkwood folks are also property taxpayers, so yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to do this, but after listening to the debate, I think I want to withdraw my second, and I'd just like to vote on this.
I'll second the motion.
The motion to postpone this item to the meeting of December 20th, which was moved by Ms. Zelatel, is now seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may...
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I tried to get in the queue, but not fast enough.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
If we, it's a question for Mr. Moore. If we were to vote no on this tonight, is there anything that prevents you from bringing this back to us next year for 2024?
Through the chair.
I mean, the 2 cents would go up, but I guess is the
Right,
problem.
through the chair to Ms. Quinn-Davidson. The way the current code has been written, we would not come back to you for another 5 years. So that's the way it's currently written. We were trying to clean up some of the technical language with the CPI calculation to make it so that we could adapt to what Department of Labor did. But if you vote no, we do have a number, and it will round to 2 cents, and it'll go into effect January 1.
And then 5 years from now, we will do that same evaluation?
Unless you change the code further.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Seeing no other members in the queue, for reals this time, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-106 to the meeting of December 20.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Solt?
No.
I make a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider the postponement?
I make a motion to reconsider. Somebody second?
Second.
Hold on a sec.
Thank you.
The motion to postpone item 14A to the meeting of December 20 is approved 7-5. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I made a motion to reconsider because if it's that close, I would just soon dispatch with this item, as some other members have suggested. So if those who voted no will vote yes on the motion to reconsider, we'll dispatch with this item now.
And who was the second on the motion to reconsider? Seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
What is dispatch? What does dispatch mean?
And a yes vote is urged.
Mr. Constant?
I urge a yes vote.
With an yes vote urged by the mover. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 14A.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
He's just testing us
Mr. Solt?
to see if we know
Yes.
what this means.
The motion to reconsider item 14A.
Is it a supermajority?
The motion fails as 8 votes are required, and the vote is 7-5 to reconsider. We are verifying.
consider the motion to postpone?
It's a simple majority, so the motion prevails.
What is that? I don't understand what that means. It's back on the table?
Item 14A with the motion to postpone to the meeting of December 20 is now back before the body. Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I just want to give one more reason to vote to postpone. When we passed the fuel tax, it didn't go into, I remember it very distinctly, it didn't go into effect for like a month or a month and a half after we passed it. The gas stations raised their prices that night. If we vote this down tonight and you inform them, a lot of them are going to raise their prices tonight, even though you tell them that it's not supposed to go into effect until January. So if we can push it out till December, at least there'll be a little bit tighter window between the actual change in the law and the change in the oligopolistic behavior of some of our companies. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Volin.
Well, I hope the gas stations aren't listening to this meeting then, but you know, I just want to echo what Member Cross said. You know, having tourists and folks from outside the community help offset the property tax. I mean, this just kind of seems common sense to me. So I hope that we can vote this down tonight. Thanks.
Mr. Constant?
I just ask you to vote no on the motion to postpone now.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 14A to the meeting of December 20.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Salt?
No.
It worked.
The motion to postpone item 14A to the meeting of December 20 fails 5-7. Ms. Zelatel?
All right, we'll do this from the dais. Here we go. Mr. Moore, I have a few more questions, if I may. So I'm curious how this plays into our overall budget projections. We just passed the budget, and so it's not a one-for-one offset, if I'm understanding correctly, is it?
Through Chair to Ms. Salatel, I had checked with OMB, and this was not included in the 2023 budget, so if that helps.
So what are the implications for the 2023 budget? Are there any?
Yes, if you vote no, and so this ordinance does not pass, the 2 cent per gallon increase will take effect January 1, and when the OMB and the administration come to you with first quarter, they are going to assume $2.6 million of additional revenue that's within the tax cap that's dollar for dollar reduction of property taxes.
So if I may, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. So any any fuel tax received will be a one-for-one reduction in property tax?
That is correct.
Okay. The other question I have is, this adjustment date that you've suggested is through 2028, and I heard your concerns in terms of giving enough time for the volatility in the market to even out and stop being so sticky. However, 5 years is a long time for a commitment. So my other question is if we find that the market's evened out before then, is it possible to come back and change that date at another time as we're seeing things even out?
Through the chair to Ms. Salatel, absolutely. Anytime, I mean, this ordinance is very much ultimately your final decision on the timing and the methodology. So if you wanted to change that a year from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, you could do that.
Okay. I think that is, well, one more, if I may, Madam Chair. Sorry. Again, I really would have liked a work session. I don't understand how the language change drives the monetary change or the nearest chronologically available index data. What does that mean? What are we going to look at? And so if we want to come back and review it with you, what are we going to be seeing? I understand the consumer price index, but I don't know what this other source is.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, we're still going to rely on Department of Labor. What I'd said earlier is they used to measure it every 6 months, so it'd be twice a year. Now it's averaging every 2 months, bi-monthly. And the reason we put this language in is really for the future. If they change it again on us, we wanted to have the flexibility to pick the nearest available data. And so it's not, we were able to calculate a number, but we saw there's some vulnerability in the language because it referred pretty precisely to the old way of doing it. And so we wanted to have more flexibility in the future, depending on whatever Department of Labor provided in data.
Thank you. And then my final question, because I had to step out for a moment, is the language says the adjustment of the tax rate may be rounded to the nearest whole cent at the discretion of the department. Is that only rounded up, or is there ever the possibility to round down?
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, there would not be an opportunity to round down. However, in like the case that we're in this year, it calculated to 1.52%. If we had that language, we would actually tell the, inform the providers of the fuel to use 1.52% or 1.52 cents instead of 2 cents. So it would, it would just be more precise adjustment instead of rounding all the way up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I really appreciate you answering my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Does anything stop you from putting forward an item that would provide you with that flexibility, that doesn't put a hamper on where we are right now in terms of what we're going to levy on the 1st? Like, can you do it next January 15th and have it going forward? To allow you to tighten that number up.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Could you rephrase
So
it?
it sounds like what I heard you say was that this change would allow a more refined methodology for calculating the percentage so you can levy the taxes more refined in a more specific manner as opposed to having to round up half a cent. So is there a way to get there without us sacrificing this revenue in this for the next 5 years?
Okay, so through the chair to Mr. Constant, this ordinance is before you tonight, so I guess if you're going to vote it down, you're going to vote it all down. At some point in the future, you could come back with another ordinance that would allow the more precise calculation. So it's really based on what timing you would like. But for clarity with the public and with the operators, we would not want to make a change, announce it, and then 2 weeks later, 2 months later, all of a sudden say something different. So
I don't disagree with you there, but it's definitely worth thinking about in the context of that specific element you talked about, which is refining the process to get a more specific number.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-106.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 14A fails 3-9. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2022-105, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requiring assembly approval of payments pursuant to a legal settlement or otherwise for supplies, services, professional services, or construction that were not provided or performed in accordance with Anchorage Municipal Code 7.15.040. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. Mr. Constant?
I would like to move to postpone this item to the 20th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone item 14B to the meeting of December 20. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This is an item that council is currently in discussions with law and trying to chart what the proper course is. This is one of those items that skirts close to the question of separation of powers. The act of authorizing a contract without assembly approval is outside of the code, but it is arguable that the assembly asserting this power is outside of the separation of powers, and so we're going to let, if we vote to postpone this, an opportunity to allow council and law to continue their conference and come up with the best path.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone item 14B to the meeting of December 20? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-105 to the meeting of December 20.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 14B to December 20 passes 12-0. We now have before us item 14C, resolution number AR 2022-363, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly authorizing the mayor to execute an agreement with the United States Department of Treasury to accept emergency rental and utility assistance funds and appropriate said funds. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a comment, a question to the administration, and then an amendment. So comment is, I encourage my colleagues to approve this item today. I think these funds are going to be really critical to helping stabilize some of the new housing projects that we have coming online and to helping reduce the inflow of homelessness in our community by keeping more people in their homes. I think these are really important for us to approve and get working for us because they've been sitting in the bank for a little too long. As I understand it, once we've spent, I don't know if it's a portion, all, or just allocated the $8 million, but once we've done one of those things, we still have one final tranche of funds that will be heading to the MOA. So I guess question to the administration is, how much will that be exactly, and can you just clarify the mechanism?
Thank you thank you for your patience, Mr. Rivera. Through the chair, Mr. Rivera, it is 9.6 million.
Thanks. And then in terms of the mechanism, do we get those after we spend a portion of the $8 million? Do we get that after we allocate? Can you just speak to a little bit to that?
Through the chair, we do have to spend all of that money, so through this allocation of giving it to AHFC, that will suffice.
Okay, got it. So that counts as spending it. So then after
Correct.
we allocate it, HFC has the money in their bank, then we get that additional 9.6.
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so then that brings me to the amendment. So the amendment that I have, I guess I want to ask Mr. Gates if he was able to put that in amendment form. Otherwise, I'll just do it on the floor. And I do apologize. I gave it to him quite late, so I don't know if he was able to.
No, I'm sorry. I just saw your message.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so then the amendment I have is to add a new section to basically get the intent for using a good portion of these funds. So it's to add a new section, section 3, with the following verbiage. The intent for part of these funds is to support housing individuals experiencing homelessness, whether in emergency shelter or not, as the hotel, sorry, hold on. My apologies. I think I am reading the wrong thing here. All right. Actually, if you can go through the queue, I will go ahead and work on this amendment language really quick. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, so actually I'm very familiar with ERA funds. I just did a presentation on this to a real estate brokerage. ERA funds actually, and I'm concerned with any kind of restrictions that you put on it or any kind of emphasis, simply because it's sectioned into 3 different tiers based on a percentage of the average monthly the average income, average medium income for an area. Our area in Alaska is $84,000, and there's tier 1, which is 80% of AMI, tier 2, which is under 60, but they specifically designate that under 30 is their primary objective. So that would be under $24,000 a year. That's their target, and that is the federal regulations for. So I think actually the when the government gives you this money, it comes with strings attached, and they're specifically targeting what you're looking to do. I don't know if it's necessary to amend it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Shall we come back to you, Mr. Rivera? Okay. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Cross's comments. For emergency rental assistance, I think that specifying the intent is important because there are really 2 areas that this funding can help out in. One is continuing to house individuals who are experiencing homelessness by being a new source of rent for them so that they can secure new units and lease up. And that may be through leasing rooms or units in the hotel conversions or working with the landlord housing partnership or whatever that may be. However, the other half of this, I think, and I think of it as half and half, it may not ultimately come down that way, but the other purpose is prevention. What we are seeing is a number of individuals in our community coming new into homelessness because they just can't make their rents. So I see this as a 2-pronged approach. One, being able to be a preventative tool, and 2, as a responsive tool, and all of it will require that the ERA guidelines be met. So there's the self-certification that's required. So I think, I suspect I understand what Mr. Rivera is trying to do, and I support that because I think it's important that we try to use these funds to tackle 2 different problems that exist in our community today, especially if we know that once we do this, there's another $9 million to follow. So I think we're poised in a really good position to help secure some housing stability for some folks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I have the language now, and I think this works. So this is language that I got from the Anchorage Health Department. So this is an amendment that was done in collaboration with them. So it would be to add a new section 3 in the ordinance, and the language for that new section is, quote, the intent of part of these funds is to support housing individuals experiencing homelessness, whether through as part of the municipality's emergency shelter plan as defined in AMC 16.120 and AMC 16.125 to include congregate, non-congregate, and semi-congregate emergency shelter, or through other housing opportunities such as hotel conversions, end quote. And yes, I can email that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
I second his amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
And just speaking briefly, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
So as Ms. Zalatel stated, really, I think this is important for us to make sure that we have clear intent of how we want to use the funds in the municipality. both, I think, for just to make sure that we are on the same page as a municipality, but also for the folks who are going to be getting these funds, which is AHFC, so that they understand what our intent is to do with these funds, all, of course, within the purview and guidelines of the various and extensive federal regulations. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Rivera. And we are just waiting until the language is up on the screen here. The amendment language is now up on the screen. I'm going to read it once again for members on the phone. So the motion to amend, which is made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel, to add a new Section 3, the intent of part of these funds is to support housing individuals experiencing homelessness, whether through as part of the municipality's emergency shelter plan as defined in AMC 16.120 and AMC 16.125 to include congregate, non-congregate, and semi-congregate emergency shelter, or through other housing opportunities such as hotel conversions. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I appreciate this language. I have two concerns with it, even though I seconded it, because we're nearly there. I would like to consider adding after semi-congregate emergency shelter, transitional housing, because transitional housing is still considered shelter per the HUD definition. And actually that would be the only change, and that would complete, I think, all the possibilities where people might be moving from unsheltered all the way through transitional housing, which are all shelter and unsheltered options into housing. So if Mr. Rivera would be agreeable, we could just make that change as the mover and the seconder.
I'm fine with that. And I also believe the vice chair had, I think, a simple grammatical change. So if you could state that into the record, I'd be fine with that change as well.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, just remove the, I think the term was as part of, so whether through, as part of is what it read, the municipality's emergency plan, and I just suggested it's whether through the municipality's emergency shelter plan or...
Got it. Okay, yeah, it looks like that was already made, so I'm good with that. So yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the amendment to add a new Section 3.
Ms. Allard?
No.
Mr. Salt?
No.
The amendment is approved 9-3. We now have the main motion as amended before us. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-363 as amended.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Item 14C as amended is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2022-109, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 9.48.130 to increase the fine for muffler and exhaust system violations. Public testimony on this item is now open. Welcome. If you would please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live representing a community council. And if you could put,
Test, okay.
great.
Yes, I'm representing a community council.
Okay, you have 5 minutes,
Thank
and
you.
I'll go ahead and start the timer when you're ready.
My name is Hans Thompson. I'm from the South Addition Community Council. I'm here to talk to this issue. The history of this vehicle emission enforcement and vehicle emissions starts in 2011 when the state stopped testing or requiring testing for vehicle emissions, and in the decades since, it's become a big issue, especially for my neighborhood and me. My neighborhood in South Addition, we have older homes, and so the insulation is not as good, and we have a lot of arterials that run through our community. This spurred me to start a petition along L Street between 11th Avenue and Minnesota, and 75 of my neighbors were also upset and asked APD to ramp up enforcement of vehicle exhaust noise citations. And they were unable to, but they did communicate with me. But then I took that conversation to the Ombudsman, and the Ombudsman produced a very productive report in October 2021, and it had 3 positions on it. First was to purchase noise meters for APD, which they did fairly quickly, and the second was for APD to work with the municipal attorney's office, and for the municipal attorney's office to work with the APD. And they did that, and in September of this year, APD came out with what they believe is the appropriate code response so that this issue can be properly enforced, which is raising the citation from $100. And so I'm here to support that and say that while I would maybe personally like to see it higher than what the proposal is, I'm very happy that the collaborative process happened between APD and the municipal attorney's office, and that they were able to make this recommendation so that Assemblymember Volan could bring it forward. And I appreciate it very much. I will say that there's been significant community response to this issue. I brought this forward to my community council, and it's very well received. And along with that, I brought it to the FCC, and from the FCC we have either letters of support for the Ombudsman's letter or for the APD's recommendation for this code change from Turnagain, North Star, Rogers Park, Government Hill, and Rabbit Creek. So everywhere it's been, it's very supportive, which I think just goes to show the issue is pretty well received around Anchorage. So I will just, a few final notes. It's been said maybe this is about motorcycles. This is about all cars. I've been stopped at a red light, with a car in question, like cars in front of me, and you go to see it, and it's like a very small sedan, like a Dodge Dart, which goes to show you this isn't about vehicle size or vehicle engine size. It's about the modification of this muffler system from either removing the muffler and removing all the way to the catalytic converter, or changing the system out so that it produces noise. And so while we've been able to kind of live with this as a community for a decade, I think it's time that we have a higher punitive charge for this issue. And I know that APD has also ramped up enforcement since January. So I do want to just finish and say thank you to, especially the Assemblymember Volan for bringing this forward. Thank you to the Municipal Attorney's Office for working with APD. Thank you to APD, and thank you to the Ombudsman. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address this important issue. My name is Peter Muse. I'm current president of the Rogers Park Community Council. I believe you have before you the Rogers Park Community Council Vehicular Noise Resolution, which was dated February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2022, which was also distributed to the Bronson administration and to the Municipal Ombudsman. Allow me to read just a couple pieces from our resolution. Excessive vehicle noise degrades our community and is recognized by health authorities as a serious stressor affecting human health, likely causing or exacerbating sleep disturbance, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and others. The Rogers Park Community Council agrees with and supports the recommendations in the Ombudsman's October 8, 2021 memo with the subject AMC 15.7 noise control and AMC 9.44.33 muffler and exhaust system, which is attached. In addition, the Rogers Park Community Council also supports a more significant fine for violations of vehicular noise regulations, and that is why we're here tonight, and thanks to Mr. Boland for introducing that. The Rogers Park community has seen a drastic increase in illegal and intentionally excessive vehicle noise, which rises to the realm of cacophony at times. Understandably, we have seen a significant increase in citizen concerns. The Rogers Park community is a harassed and victimized epicenter of this shameless behavior. I say that because we are bounded by 5 high-speed byways. In my mind, there are 3 primary offenders. First, there are the so-called hogs and the crotch rockets. Incredible pieces of engineering almost instantly generating 16,000 to 20,000 RPMs, reaching speeds of 100 miles an hour in a few seconds, screaming banshees. Those anguished screams penetrate even the best constructed walls, trust me. And like the others, seem to thrive, especially in the wee hours. Sleep possible? Hardly. Second, as noted, the certain class of compact cars with illegal aftermarket exhaust systems are often reminiscent of rapid-fire weapons. The third common perpetrator is the fleet of big boy machismo pickups, replete with steroid-enhanced, hypertrophic exhaust systems and pipes, booming and billowing soot. The Rogers Park Community Council heartily endorses efforts to both strengthen current codes and the enforcement capability of both the Health Department and APD. Finally, we urge this body to raise the citation violation fine to $300 for the first offense and consider twice that amount for a second offense. Last, and this is rhetorical, what role might a concerned citizen play in documenting these offenses? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Hey folks, just a reminder to please refrain from clapping.
Welcome.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Hello, James Thornton, member of the Fairview Community Council Executive Board, as well as a delegate for the FCC, here in basically what he said. It's hard to follow that. I think you have all the data you need here, but I do want to also support AO 2022-109, live in Fairview. Anybody that was woken up in the middle of the night by an exhaust probably is also in support of this. I agree, I admit they do sound good sometimes, but not at the expense of people's quality of life. So I know a lot of people are waiting, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. If you could press that green button there and...
Thank you. Mark Butler, the Vice President of the North Star Community Council, representing North Star Community Council. So we too are one of the groups that passed a resolution unanimously in our council. North Star Community Council is between Northern Lights, well, it's surrounded by freeways as well, so it's one of the more urban neighborhoods in Anchorage, and we are pounded by sound on all sides, and then it kind of comes down into the valley. So we feel we're kind of an incubator for it. So I'm fully supportive of Han's efforts. This is really a classic thing where the Assembly, the legal department, thank you very much, Ms. Domboski and her team, the mayor, the ombudsman, everybody has worked together to pass, or hopefully pass, an ordinance that can help with this problem. So I just wanted to say that it's a pleasure to be in Girdwood tonight with, in the middle of the biggest snowstorm of the year. So it's just great to be here. Sorry, a little aside. So I go down to Texas a lot, Yahoo, and for the love of my life's family. And I asked the brother-in-laws, they drive big trucks. They hardly have anything in the back of the truck 90% and 99% of the time, but they have those big trucks. And I asked him, gee, the trucks don't seem as loud as they do in Anchorage, Alaska. And he says, troopers. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he says, well, when you get stopped for a ticket, they pull out a mirror, they look under, and they go, $350. It's not a fix-it ticket. It's a $350 ticket plus your regular ticket. So it could cost you $500 to take a screaming truck down the highway at high speed. So it may well work to have a higher incentive not to do this. Urban noise may seem inevitable and unavoidable, but I don't think it really is. And I think it's a possibility for us to say what we want to do. If I came up with a megaphone and put it up in the speaker and scream really loudly to you, you'd say, whoa, 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 it's not appropriate at this time. Well, the same thing with trucks in the middle of the night. I have a young man across the street with his family where I live by Valley of the Moon Park, and he has a little vehicle that doesn't go very fast, but it sure sounds like a race car. And he will start it whenever he leaves his neighborhood. We all wake up and we all know about it. So I don't think that's necessary, and I hope that you will be unanimous tonight in favor of this ordinance. And again, I wanted to thank the administration, the mayor, the legal department, everybody working together on this goal. And thank you for sneaking this in before the Girdwood crowd gets to talk.
Thank you for your testimony. So I want to let folks know that the Wilder-Marston is open and the meeting is being streamed in there. So some of you, it's a little bit warm in here and there are more seats next door. We'll go to the phone list, and Ms. Akers, if we could call Ms. Pease.
Hello, you can try my home phone, 345.
Hello?
Hi, is this Jess Grindblatt?
Speaking.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on AO 2022-109. You will have 3 minutes unless, are you representing a community council?
I'll be representing the Rabbit Creek Community Council.
I'm sorry, which community council? Oh,
Rabbit Creek Community Council.
Okay, you'll have 5 minutes.
I won't need the 5 minutes, so that's fine. Shall I begin?
Yes, you can go ahead and start if you state your name for the record, please.
My name is Jess Grunblatt, and I'm a resident of the Potter Creek area. And I've lived here for 40 years, even before the Potter Valley Road went in. And I've been a repeat Rabbit Creek Community Council member for a number of years. And over the years since the construction of that road,
racing and loud exhaust noise has always been a recurring issue within the council and within the community. And it is a safety issue, and it's a disturbance and stress issue. So the issue that's being addressed today is not just an urban concern, but it's also an issue in the lower density residential areas as well. And I think that citywide concern is evident through the number of community councils that have sent in resolutions with regard to this issue. At this point, we're really pleased that the APD has purchased some sound level monitors, and we recognize that the goal of the council is not to secure revenue from this, but to secure compliance. And therefore, the resolution that's before the Assembly today is directly targeted to that, and we strongly support the adoption of this resolution. I think Assemblymember Volan's comparison of tinted window issue and the exhaust compliance issue is very instructive and really helpful in focusing on this compliance issue. Lack of compliance undermines the respect for regulation, and it results in unnecessary effort on the part of enforcement personnel and everybody involved. So getting a structured compliance is I think really paramount. The analysis that was in the Assembly member's statement provides evidence that raising the fine is expected to increase compliance, and we strongly support this suggestion. Seems escalation of the fine that was linked to the tinted windows issue resulted in higher compliance among the people that were ticketed. Indeed, escalation of the fine for repeat offense might be another mechanism that could be used to further encourage compliance. But the issue is really been a long-standing one, and this movement to directly influence compliance is really welcomed by the Community Council and strongly endorsed. So I hope the Assembly will adopt this ordinance and help with this long-standing issue, both within the community, within the municipal community, both in low-density and high-density areas. Again, I feel like it's a safety issue and a stress issue, and compliance really rather than revenue is the goal, and this ordinance seems to meet that goal. I'd also like to thank the Assembly for using this phone-in mechanism, particularly tonight when there's such a snowstorm. It really is beneficial for participating in the Assembly. So I appreciate the consideration of this ordinance, and would like to speak to strong support by the Community Council, Rabbit Creek Community Council, for adopting this ordinance. So that's what I have to offer, and if there's any questions or follow-up, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony. And there are no members in the queue with questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll go back, Ms. Akers, and try Ms. Pease again.
Hello, you can try my home phone.
Let's try it one more time, her number.
Hello, you can try my home phone.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public here who wish to testify? If so, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Voland and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Voland?
Thank you. We've heard some great testimony, some very colorful testimony, so I will not go too long on this, other than to say the intent here really is to encourage compliance, not to be overly punitive. Currently, what happens when a vehicle is cited for a noise complaint from their muffler, it's a $100 fix-it ticket. In order to get the fine waived, the owner of the vehicle needs to repair the noisy muffler and bring the vehicle for inspection at APD in downtown Anchorage. There, APD will use a noise meter to determine if the muffler is sufficiently repaired. If so, the fine will be waived. And what this does is it brings the fine closer to what it would cost to have a muffler repaired. To that end, my assembly aide and I, we did some muffler shopping. We called Anchorage Auto and Electric Classic Muffler, Jim's Muffler and Auto Can Repair, or no, Jim's Muffler and Auto, and then Muffler City and Brake. And we just wanted to see, okay, what's sort of the ballpark average for getting a muffler repaired? And I would say it was about $300. Of course, that does vary with the type of vehicle, if it's a harder to get part. But the change to the current monetary fine amount from $100 to $300, I think will have the potential to actually encourage people to repair their noisy vehicles rather than simply pay the fine and continue to be non-compliant. In attached memos, you will see a report from the Municipal Ombudsman with recommendations on noise control of muffler and exhaust systems, as well as resolutions or letters of support for increasing the current fine from South Addition, North Star, Rabbit Creek, Turnagain, Rogers Park community councils. Clearly, noise pollution is an issue that affects much of our municipality. As Mr. Muse says, it often rises to the realm of cacophony. And I would agree with that. This may be a self-serving ordinance, as when I first moved to Anchorage, I lived in the Knick Arms building on L Street, and it was very noisy at nighttime when people were kind of racing up L and onto Minnesota. Also, just wanted to highlight that I did receive an email from Chief Curl that APD is supportive, stating that Anchorage Police Department supports any measures that will increase compliance with our traffic laws. We will continue to issue citations to those who violate the vehicle exhaust and muffler system laws and hope the increase in the fine amount will deter the number of violators. With that, I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Allett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thanks to Member Voland for bringing this forward. I know many communities within the Midtown District are really supportive of this and thankful. Hopefully, we will see an actual relief. If not this winter, by summer. I know that living in Midtown, once those windows go open in the summer, the noise, particularly at night, does get to where it is disturbing. So thank you, Member Voland, and thank you to the administration for working on this.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, I would like to also point out that over the last 3 years, fortunately, thanks to the hard work of the Anchorage Police Department, we also had record high catalytic converter thefts. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. It was rampant throughout Anchorage, and a lot of the exhaust noise you heard were people who woke up and suddenly discovered that they had been pilfered. 3 years of record high catalytic converter for the precious metals, and of course that didn't help anything, and so I understand your frustrations, but the Anchorage Police Department put together a task force, and the large distributors who were packing them up and sending them out of state and barging them out were apprehended, and so fantastic. So hopefully that'll also aid to it. On the other side of that, I want to personally apologize because I'm one of those guys. I am an old classic car buff with a 66 mint condition Dodge Charger. I don't take it out on days that it rains. And I understand and I apologize, and so I will replace it with maybe a Tesla Model X that does 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds in ludicrous mode. It's nice and quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-109.
Ms. Allard? Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Ms. Allard, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 14D is approved 12-0. Before we take up item 14E, I want to note, well, first of all, thank you all for being here and waiting so patiently and good-naturedly. The storm has made the roads dangerous. We have heard some reports about that, and I know you all face a long drive home. We plan to open the public hearing, and anyone, of course, who wants to testify tonight is invited to. The Vice Chair and I are discussing putting forward a motion to the body to set a special meeting on Tuesday only for public testimony on this item to ensure that everyone has a chance to speak. That would need to be voted on by the body. But again, recognizing that the storm is bad and the road conditions are dangerous, and we want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Also want to note that oftentimes before we move on to an item of high public interest, we dispense with the items in the 15 section, which are quasi-judicial, usually pertaining to liquor licenses, marijuana licenses, and we are trying to confirm if those are must-pass. They may not be time constrained, so we may be able to just move into the public testimony on this. I will be, after I read the item and so we'll go ahead and read the item into the record, and after that I will turn to Mr. Constant. And then before the public testimony opens, I will be handing over the gavel to the Vice Chair because this is a very important issue to Girdwood, and I represent Girdwood, and I want to be able to participate fully as a member. So with that, we now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2022-103, an ordinance authorizing the competitive disposal of portions of Heritage Land Bank parcels 6-011, 6-016, and 6-017.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. As previously disclosed at a work session in November, I have a relationship with the applicant, Kani Yoshimura. I have a real estate license that's in referral status. My license is not active. I haven't actively transacted real estate since June 12th, 2020. At that time, I left the real estate business. I left my office. I left the Alaska MLS system, and I am no longer a member of the Anchorage Board of Realtors. And so what I am able to do is make referrals to other brokerages for if I have a friend or know somebody who wants to buy a house or sell a house, make a referral. As I discussed in my previous disclosures, CY Investments is a corporation that does land subdivision. If you look up their NAICS codes under their business license, you can see that that's the operation that that business is under. The real estate brokerage is in two parts. One is the active real estate brokerage, the other is the referral real estate brokerage. Under the referral brokerage, I cannot list nor sell real estate, and I don't. And so I did visit the ethics board to have a discussion of this item with the ethics board, and in that discussion it was far-ranging and we covered many topics. They suggested that in this case there isn't a conflict that if I were in the active brokerage, it would be a closer question, but still not a clear conflict, because I do not have a personal or financial stake in any of the business of CY Investments. And so that's the disclosure, and now the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will go ahead and read through the questions to determine if Vice Chair Constant has a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. Mr. Constant, is the financial or private interest a substantial matter of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
There is none.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
So this is the one area where the discussion with the Ethics Board was very interesting. The question was, if I activated my license, would there be a conflict? And the question really turns on several steps of conjecture. If I went active, if I had a client that was interested in buying, or if I were to sit in one of the houses that will eventually possibly be developed in that subdivision, then there may be a conflict. And so the conjecture is so far out into the future as to be non-existent.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No, there is none.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which you as the elected official or your household or a member of your household belongs?
There is none.
Are there any other factors that could be deemed appropriate under the specifics of this disclosure and the nature of the action?
No.
And at this time, I would ask if members have any questions for Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, it is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. And at this time, I will hand the gavel over to Mr. Constant to open the public hearing.
All right, thank you, everybody. The public hearing for this item is now open. We would ask you in an orderly manner, come forward and prepare. You'll have 3 minutes to testify. As was stated, we will be, if the members agree, for those who can't stay tonight because of the weather, holding a second meeting on the 13th of December, which would be next Tuesday night, because we don't want anyone who can't stick around because of safety not to be able to be heard. And what's been suggested is that the clerk will take a sign-up list for those who feel like they have to leave tonight to make sure that they're heard. With that, please come forward, and when you speak, please.
Just point of clarification, just make sure they understand that Tuesday night meeting will be only Holton Hills. They won't have to wait. We'll go directly.
Exactly. There won't be any other item except for the public hearing. Ms. Alato.
Thank you. Procedural question. So we haven't decided to hold that meeting yet. We haven't voted on that. Should we take that up first?
Sure. I don't even know that we need to take a vote, but the chair would like it, so we'll do that.
Just to make sure it's solid before
Yep.
we have people make decisions about whether or not it exists.
Perfect. Would there be a motion then?
I move that we hold a special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly on the 13th of December for purposes of continuing this public hearing on this item 14E AO 2022-103. Second.
So moved by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Cross. The motion is to hold a special meeting to continue the public hearing on this item on next Tuesday, the 13th of December. Is there any objection?
I would just say I would like it to be in the evening.
I hear an objection. Okay, so we do have an objection. Mr. Vaughn, you can put yourself in the queue.
I was just going to say I would like it to be in the evening, just because I have patient schedule that
Standard
day.
public hearing, 6 o'clock.
Thanks.
Okay, so there's been an objection. Anyone wish to speak to this item?
Am I allowed to do that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are allowed to speak. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I was just wondering if we could possibly make it for either Wednesday or the following Monday. That's all. Either the 13th or the 14th instead.
So it's difficult. We spent a bunch of time today looking at the calendar, and Tuesdays are a pretty regular night for our meetings. So the 13th is the night that is open, that we have this room. Thursday and Wednesday, the room is not available. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The question is, shall we have a special meeting on Tuesday, the 13th of December? Perfect. Motion is to continue public hearing on a special meeting on Tuesday, the 13th.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, we have decided to hold a special meeting on Tuesday, December 13th to continue this public hearing. So again, I'll say to folks, if you feel like it's going to be unsafe for you to get home tonight, you can sign up on a sign-up sheet here, and we will meet again next Tuesday. It will be the only item on the agenda, so you won't have to wait for anything else. With that now, please tell us your name, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear Honorable Assembly members, my name is Gabrielle Hessel, and I'm from Girdwood. Thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective of Holton Hills development. I've lived in Girdwood since 1994, and I've raised my children there. One of my children is here as a grown adult. I've also owned 7 properties, which I've rented out on long-term leases for 20 years, so I do have a fair amount of experience with the challenges of Girdwood's housing crisis. I read the articles in the ADN today from Ms. Yoshimura defending the proposed plan for Holton Hills. I see that she is well educated and has a lot of experience in real estate development and seems to be successful at what she does. Bravo. I also read into her frustration, ignorance, and lack of knowing and appreciation for Girdwood as a town of people. Not once did I read anything about making an effort to feel Girdwood's pulse or get to know its people. We made the effort to figure out what our needs are as a community, yet we do not feel heard. All I see in the writing is how Girdwood needs more housing and no one else has done it, and that CY is the best option to develop the land. There's no mention of connecting and outreaching in our community, learning about us as a people so CY can develop the land in a respective, supportive way for Girdwood as a community. Yes, Girdwood may fight to prevent ridiculous developments like a golf course and a rail spur, yet I do appreciate the fact that there is an opportunity for Girdwood to increase its housing. We really need it. But honestly, who is this project really for? I wonder what the intentions really are. If the intentions are honestly for the good of Girdwood, why do we feel threatened and manipulated? Was Girdwood even asked about what we need as a community before this land, which by the way is also our land, was handed to a real estate developer who was shown through lack of transparency of plans and honest, upright discussion with us as a community as to what our needs are? We've worked hard to present our needs, yet they are not being heard or met. Is this development really going to improve the quality of life for those of us who live full-time in Girdwood? Or will it be a heyday sell-off to people who can afford to buy open land and build a $700,000 second home? We don't need more second homes in VRBOs. We need affordable housing so that our teachers, daycare workers, emergency responders, restaurant employees, and everyone else who supports the local infrastructure in Girdwood can find a place to live that they can afford. The fabric of Girdwood is tightly woven that we will not live in fear that no one else will develop this land. We will live in the light and the voice of our people. Please listen to us. Thank you for listening, and I ask you to halt this process and start again so that Girdwood has a voice in our future housing developments. And thank you for your service to the municipality.
Chris, I'm in the queue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you not to clap. It's standard protocol in these chambers that we try to keep that behavior down because it interferes with our ability to proceed, and it makes it either difficult for some to hear, and so we please ask you not to clap. Mr. Dunbar was in the queue. He had a question, I think, for the previous speaker.
I did. I had a question for the previous speaker. Unfortunately, we got a little off track there. I have a question for you, Ms. Hessel, and this is to, right here. So this is a question for you, but really for everyone who's testifying.
Yeah.
And I'll say, just note, I look down a lot when you testify. It doesn't mean I'm not listening to you. It means I'm taking notes. I'm a compulsive note taker.
Yeah.
So we've heard a lot about the need for affordable housing, which I really appreciate. We've got hundreds of emails, and they almost all mention affordable housing. And affordable housing requires increased density and more units. So this proposed project has about 80 units. The plans that we have seen have 80 units for this parcel, the first stage. For you, what would be a better number to aspire to? How many units are you looking for? And again, this is for everyone who might have more specific knowledge, but it's something that I've had trouble locking down. How many units would you like to see on this property?
You know, that's a really good question. I don't have enough knowledge to be able to put a number on that. All I do know is that my gut and what I've learned and read, that this development, the people that we want that dense housing for won't be able to afford to live there. So if we could do dense housing that would have condominiums that the regular person can live in, bravo, let's do it. If it's 200 units, yes, I'm not against the development. It's more the process and the lack of really what does Girdwood need. We don't need second homes. We need places people can live. And I think we're willing to compromise as a community, and I speak for that for myself, but we weren't given the opportunity to have a seat at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hessel.
Welcome again. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Through the chair, good evening, members of the Assembly. I am Brianna Sullivan, and today I am speaking as co-chair of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Thank you for listening to Girdwood over the last several months and making time for public hearing today. GBOS appreciates your attentiveness to our requests, resolutions, and concerns, which have been increasing in frequency over the last few months. This is because we are trying to follow public process and cohesively act as a community and as a voice in an organized manner amidst much consternation with a landowner rife with turnover throughout the last 3 years that working together became arduous. Yet, Girdwood persevered, and we met and met and met some more, publicly notifying and taking notes, time, and energy to help our community find a solution to this omnipresent land disposal proposal, which is now directly linked to the project land development called Holton Hills. We are asking for the Assembly to weigh in on the land development and acknowledge that the purported community benefit is all in the subsequent housing development. We need the Assembly's guidance in this process so eventually our current and future needs are met and a form of success is achieved. As you're well aware, Girdwood is enduring an acute housing crisis. This has squeezed out those who work in the community and either rent here or wish to move from renting to purchase. These very individuals make Girdwood the community it is. They contribute significantly and are essential to the health, safety, character, and sustainable functioning of our community. For over a year, Girdwood has been deeply concerned about the proposed development of Holton Hills. Consequently, we've been laboriously going through our thorough public process in a very inclusive manner to responsibly proceed in reaction to such a vast proposal. This involvement comes from wherever each resident is, longtime locals, anchored family, community members with solid employment, and individuals new to Girdwood that barely found housing before housing became so difficult to obtain that such locals who were establishing roots had to leave the valley, taking with them their talents and dreams and likely their hope of return while leaving holes in our new, now snow-covered dirt. In return, we have seen more and more vacation rentals and second home owners and all the side effects of this empty, high-calorie transfer. I will refrain from repeating our steps along this challenging trail as a board and speak to the stance that GBOS has firmly held with the support of a subcommittee we formed in July called Holton Hills Housing Advisory Committee to aid Girdwood in finding solutions through commitment and research, deep thinking in the interest of community needs, and a path towards solution. Ultimately, recommendations were produced by this advisory committee, which we endorse. These concentrated suggestions were brought straight to the landowner and developer to begin discussion regarding options they were willing to embrace or consider. These in-person meetings aspired to bring clarity to the suggestions and influence the disposal agreement. Thereafter, and unfortunately over the past 6 months, HLB has shown no interest in addressing the needs of the community, and the advisory committee was left feeling unheard and discouraged, but not without hope, in re-engaging at any time because they see tremendous potential for the development of this land, provided that it also contributes community benefit in the form of housing for residents who can participate fully in our school, local businesses, culture, and community. With an aggressive timeline bold in the calendar of HLB and CY investments, GBOS is left to continue seeking support of the Assembly to help the land disposal meet Girdwood's pressing housing needs through solution-based discussion with GBOS and through measured evidence of workforce and community housing data elsewhere in the country. Your work sessions have conveyed that focused questions are being asked, difficult ones, discussions are productive, and you also want to find a solution. As housing is one of your priorities for 2023, this topic is of timely concern, and this time, Girdwood, along with so many ski towns across the nation, could follow models that have been and continue to be addressing this very issue, because we are not alone. After 6 months of trying to engage with HLB, the landowner just 4 days ago presented some things Girdwood asked for. The 103S introduced Friday does not earn GBOS support as it includes some amendments from the HLB Advisory Commission, which GBOS addressed in our letter of objection on November 29th. GBOS resolutions and attempts to engage in setting priorities for the project were in Resolution 2021-18 and Post-Development Agreement Resolution 2022-14. In addition to the guidance from HHAC and all known facts at this point, GBOS asserts HLB is not capable of such a complex land disposal for such a massive development when the Girdwood community has clearly and consistently voiced their objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a question for you, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Thank you for really detailed testimony. Your last statement caught my attention that you don't think HLB is up to this task. Do you have a specific recommendation about that?
The following words after that were when our community has clearly and consistently voiced their objection to the development written in the agreement. So I have other notes on HLB. Just the high turnover in the last 3 years has made the process really challenging to have faith in.
I'm asking if you have a proposed solution that you would like us to consider, because what I'm trying to do tonight is hear about proposed solutions or specific ideas so that we have time to take those back. So do you have a...
I'm going to ask that be done over email. We have hundreds of people that want to be heard.
I guess, I mean, she's here with GBOS. Particularly, she was specifically representing them. If you want to do it over email, that's fine.
I could say 4 or 5 very quickly, that the housing is produced in a specific time scale, that there are requirements on short-term rentals, and that resident status is required. Transferring of some developed land, at least 24
Okay,
years.
I'm sorry. I don't think my question's being clear. It was specifically around your comment around HLB not being able to handle this transaction, and that was what I was trying to get at, so I will touch base offline.
Thank you, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Walland.
Thank you. I have a question for you as well. When GBOS writes a letter of objection, is that normally, can we consider that just a reflection of a previous vote by a committee? Do you usually vote just to support whatever the community vote was or a committee vote was?
Through the chair to Mr. Voland, as far as I'm aware on GBOS, our letters need to be in the positive, so we don't write the resolution, we write a letter of objection, and that was following previous meetings, and we have not had a formal meeting since our Friday work session, so it is based on votes on where we stand, and we would like to have a further discussion, so the letter of objection was...
If I could just ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. I guess I want to ask the same question that Member Dunbar asked of an earlier testifier. What kind of density would you like to see with this project?
I think GBOS would like to have a study supported that shows how many units are needed for our population or the population that is expected. And I don't feel like I can say that number, but I feel that the density is fine with us so that Girdwood can continue to operate.
One more question.
We're in a public hearing and we have like
Okay,
200
okay, that's
people.
fine.
I don't
Thanks.
mean to put
Yep.
the hammer down, but I would rather hear from more people than get very specific. Brianna Sullivan, Dana Walland. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. We'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you to members of the Anchorage Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jennifer Wingard. I've lived in Girdwood for over 20 years and in other parts of Alaska before that. I am a member of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and a handful of other committees, but I'm speaking as an individual today. Firstly, I'd like to clarify that when I spoke at the Assembly work session last Friday, I thought my points were nothing more exciting than basically elucidating the obvious. I was forgetting that much of the work the community of
Mr.
Girdwood
Chair,
has done.
I'm so sorry. Can you get a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. I'm sorry. As you know, I've been having troubles with my voice. When I spoke at the work session, I was forgetting that much of the work the community of Girdwood has been doing on Holton Hills has been behind the scenes, as we all strove to speak with one voice and focus on solutions as we were requested to do by HLB and the developer. That turned out to be unproductive, but it also obscured the many issues with the Holton Hills development process. I think you'll hear plenty about those issues tonight. But if that's not the case, please let me know, and I am happy to provide a follow-up. Being cut out of the decision process for a development that will transform our town would be hard for any community, obviously, but it's especially hard for Girdwood, given our level of public involvement and awareness. To put it in context, if Anchorage had the same involvement on some subcommittees that our trail committee has, that would mean around 30,000 Anchorage voters weighing in and participating in one committee in 1 year. The same percentage of registered voters that we had at last summer's meeting about Holton Hills would be around 14,000 people in Anchorage at one meeting. Last December, the developer stated definitively that the Holton Hills project would not move forward without the community's support. From before that time and ever since, Girdwood has watched with growing dismay as the development has progressed regardless. At last Friday's work session, the community was admonished not to be emotional, and I absolutely understand and agree with that intent. But I also have to point out that if you do hear emotion, perhaps it is reflecting the community's frustration. It could also stem from the panic of feeling like we're being turned into Anchorage's version of Vail, Girdwood's long-standing nightmare. The Holton Hills parcels are some of the best and most buildable of our remaining public lands. Maybe you'll hear the passion about this land disposal, which we recognize is going to affect our daily lives, the future, and vitality of our town and the lives of our children. Or maybe what you'll hear tonight is some of the heart that is so vital and fundamental to the Girdwood community, the heart that refuses to surrender to long odds. The heart of parents who needed childcare and started what is now the longest-running nonprofit childcare provider in the state of Alaska. The artist who started a small crafts and music fair that is now a treasured tradition. The creativity of the people who figured out the Whittier police solution to our public safety crisis. The strength of the people who have sustained possibly the only nonprofit community school remaining in the state. Yes, getting workforce housing in Girdwood will be a challenge, but that is exactly why we are asking that our community be given a chance to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Erin Layton and I now live in Anchorage. I lived in Girdwood for the past 11 years. In those 11 years, I have volunteered for many various nonprofits in Girdwood, including Challenge Alaska, an adaptive ski school program. I've worked for Four Valleys Community School. I've also worked for Bear Aware, working with our community wildlife, in which so many people come to Girdwood to visit in Alaska itself. Along with these professional experiences I've also worked this entire time in Girdwood, Alaska, and been able to live there for 11 years. This is also where I discovered my passion working in education. I then began pursuing becoming a certified teacher. This last 6 years, I have been a substitute teaching in Girdwood and even became a part-time staff position there. I finally became a state certified teacher this year. All of these experiences have built a solid community foundation, and I felt like I finally found my home. From day one when I stepped into Girdwood, Alaska, I felt like I finally found some family. However, after living in 8 different locations in Girdwood, my husband and I finally found ourselves with no housing available just this last May. For us as a couple that would like to build a family, we ended up moving to Anchorage this last month after finding ourselves with no long-term housing available in Girdwood. Previously, my long-term plans included becoming an educator and committed volunteer in Girdwood, in this community, one of my favorite places in the world. My huge concern that I'd like to address tonight is what about when our teachers retire in Girdwood or any other long-term position in which people have held those positions for many years? What do we do when we need to have and hire new people? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to live? So at this point in my personal goals, I find myself placing my dreams of building a family in Girdwood at a very small possibility now. So to basically sum this up, I cannot afford to work in Girdwood without living in Girdwood. Girdwood has personally, for me, I have been a long time standing and committed community volunteer and a member, but this is something that I can't do anymore now that I don't live there. So my biggest concern, again, I wanted to bring up tonight was what do we do for our community members that invest and spend our time in Girdwood and would like to start a family? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Hi there, my name is Lene Doran, and I have lived in Girdwood since 1999. My husband and I own our home, and we operate a small business in the community. I serve on the Girdwood Chamber of Commerce and Girdwood Inc., and have been engaged in Holton Hills since the project went out for bid. I fully agree with the criticisms by the community and additionally want to point out that this project is missing a huge opportunity if it moves forward as is. Girdwood is a ski town, and the RFP created and the development agreement signed failed to look beforehand at ski towns in the lower 48, such as Park City, Breckenridge, or Sun Valley, to see what they have done to address affordable housing so that such concepts could have been put into the RFP. You have heard repeatedly from our business community that they need more employees, but want ads are not being answered because people are unable to secure affordable housing and stable housing so they can live and work in our community. Businesses are unable to maximize their potential because of this. People will not drive 45 minutes on the Seward Highway for a job waiting tables or cleaning condos when they can do the same work in Anchorage minus the commute. Therefore, hours of operation have been limited. The proposal before you should have dense housing with many apartment buildings and condos. The area near Holton Hills has dense housing such as this, so the building style would continue. Additionally, there should be an element of commercial space on the ground floor of apartment buildings as you see in many cities and ski towns. Holton Hills is walking distance to the post office, health clinic, and grocery store, so the area lends itself perfectly for commercial opportunities. Being a chamber member, I know that there are businesses that would like to have legitimate retail space to operate their business. Some currently operate out of connexes or have used old coffee drive-through buildings and converted them into awkward office space to meet with clients. To create a prominence point in Girdwood is short-sighted. Anchorage should expand its tax base by adding a commercial element where businesses could open up shop, and dense housing would additionally increase tax revenue, which is a better investment for Anchorage. Unfortunately, Girdwood was not asked to come to the table to develop the RFP, where we from a ski town could offer up concepts on what to do with this land to continue the ski town theme versus suburban sprawl that it currently is. I ask you to postpone tonight's vote and let Girdwood have a seat at the table to re-envision this project to address the needs of the community. Public land should serve public needs first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Hi, my name is Skylar Quinn, Skyllerquinn,
and I'm here to voice my support for the proposed Holton Hills project. I think this is the right project at the right time with the right developer. Ms. Yoshimura is an experienced developer with a respected reputation. I've watched all the work sessions and I've heard the same concerns you've all heard. I want to reiterate a couple of points that Mr. Constant has made in the work sessions because they're good ones. The first one is that the public wants more affordable multifamily housing. When looking at this project from a unit count perspective, over 60% of the units will be multifamily. There's 52 lots with 5 lots designed for multifamily with the combined capacity of 32 total multifamily units. And the second point is a common arguing point when people say they're opposed to, or when they say they are not opposed to development, but bring up points that contradict each other, which effectively means they're against development. For example, people in Girdwood are saying that they want the project to be denser, but they're also saying that they're concerned with the impacts the project will have on Hightower Road. These points obviously directly contradict each other. The denser the project, the higher the impacts. Moving beyond Mr. Constant's points, I want to remind you that 2 groups responded to this RFP, not 8, 10, 15. If you vote this project down and the RFP is revised, who would respond to an RFP after watching all of this play out? And more importantly, who would respond to any Heritage Land Bank RFP and invest their time and money into it if they think that the Assembly is going to pull out the rug at the last second? If we want more housing coming online, people need to have trust in Heritage Land Bank's RFPs. And lastly, the public continues to hear from the Assembly and from the Mayor's office that when it comes to housing development, there's no daylight between the 2 branches of government. Now it's time to walk the talk and vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. My name is Dale Goodwin, and I'm the board president of Girdwood, Inc., a 501c3, and was formed in 2004. We manage the Roundhouse Museum at Alyeska, as well as support community projects and organizations, many as they go through the hoops of becoming their own 501c3. We're a bit like the Alaska Community Foundation by having these groups benefit from our nonprofit status. In 2006, Girdwood, Inc. was also the project manager for our community center, library, and as well as the renovation of the Roundhouse Museum. These projects were concurrent and they totaled just under $10 million. When the pandemic was in full swing, Girdwood lost its newspaper as all the advertising dollars dried up. Our board decided to fill the gap with a bi-monthly newsletter, and we're planning a January 2021 kickoff, or 2022 kickoff. When the first Holton Hills community meeting took place on December 22nd, 2021, we knew what our first issue was going to be. Up until that point, not much information regarding the proposed land sale had flowed out into our community. Girdwood, Inc. is respected in the community, and our newsletter has been well received and appreciated. We are in a unique position as the local Girdwood nonprofit with great relationships to help with a variety of issues, and this one in particular. Our board is dedicated to help facilitate a win-win solution in conjunction with the Anchorage Assembly, Girdwood Board of Supervisors, HLB, and the community at large. We have supported many projects over the last 18 years and have developed as a result some very deep and valuable relationships, both within Girdwood and with Anchorage. It's our sincerest desire to help make Girdwood a vibrant resort community and a wonderful community to live in.
Thank you. There's a question for you, Ms. Zalato.
Okay.
Thank you. Hearing about your prior successful development in Girdwood, would Girdwood, Inc. ever be in a position to provide, I'll call it technical assistance to the Heritage Land Bank about what it takes to develop in Girdwood?
Well, I think we could be a resource, yes. Okay. You know, if we don't have the technical ability, it's probably a short distance to find it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from.
Hello, Kevin Murphy. Thank you, Assembly members. I'm a Girdwood resident, and as a Girdwood resident, I'm acutely aware of the housing and the impacts on housing in Girdwood right now. I'm watching contributing members of our community have to move because of the lack of affordable and housing in the community. And all this while homes are sitting there vacant, dark, because they're inadequately used, short-term rentals, or their second homes. I'm not anti-development, and I will say that, and I don't think most of the people in Girdwood are anti-development. As a matter of fact, we realize that housing shortage, and we need responsible development to solve that problem. I've heard it said that something is better than nothing down there. Well, that's not the instance here. We have a limited amount of developable land in Girdwood. And so not only would we be using part of that land for the wrong development, we would be also impacting our ability to correct it in the future. Ideally, a development like this, again, you look at ski towns, there's going to be a mix of commercial, retail space, town center, residential housing with apartments, higher density residential housing, and a lot fewer single-family homes than are being proposed right now. I feel that Holton Hills deserves a no vote, but I'm concerned that where we're at, we passed that point in the Assembly. So how do we make this an acceptable ordinance, and how do we get something out of this? You look at other ski towns. Bozeman, Montana, they got small homes that are going in that's on leased community land that's held in a land trust. Steamboat Springs is limiting long-term rentals through additional taxes on short-term rentals. Vail, Crested Butte, Mountain Village, they've all got, they're looking at deed restrictions on lands to limit how that property is used and such. So how do we fix Holton Hills? The question that keeps coming up. I see it as targets, not soft numbers right now, but targets for mandates for higher density housing, for apartments, for multifamily condo buildings, additional multifamily condo buildings, less single family homes on these individual lots, short-term rental restrictions, and also deed restrictions to put some teeth into HOAs. So I did watch the last two working sessions. I noticed that we were last. I think another working session is in order so that we can get our opinion heard. And I hopefully I see a no vote here, or at least a delay. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar has a question for you.
Mr. Murphy, over here.
Good. Yeah.
And then this is a question for anyone who cares to answer it, but you just happen to be my first victim here.
Yep.
So not just, if you want to answer the number of units, that'd be wonderful, but I have a question about the short-term rental issue. So we've been working with, speaking with Mr. Edgington and others for a little while now. I know that Mr. Solt has an ordinance that I think is being worked on to restrict short-term rentals in Girdwood as a whole. Is that something you would support? And I guess for everyone here, you know, would be rules for all of Girdwood or just for this development?
I would absolutely support that for all of Girdwood. We've been in Girdwood for 6 years, and I've watched long-term rentals be transferred over to short-term rentals, and great neighbors have to leave because there's no longer any housing for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, my honorable men and women of the Assembly. My name is Seth Bovian. My wife and I are new to Girdwood, having come here 3 years ago, so we're new to this discussion. We settled here in large part due to the feeling of community that we found in Girdwood. Thank you for the chance to be heard. I'm going to not insult your intelligence, and I'm going to pull things out of my notes. One of the things I see here is 5 multifamily dwellings and 47 lots, anywhere from 45 feet up to 70, and a couple bigger ones on the corner. 47 to 5, I give you that ratio. The impact of this disparate single-family structures are going to exacerbate the problem by increasing demand for Little Bear's childcare, providers, teachers, healthcare professionals, public safety, fire, rescue, snowplow operators, for many of whom a $526,000 condo or a $708,000 single-family home is out of reach and by shared definition, unaffordable. A quick study of the Department of Housing and Urban Development website shows 2 case studies addressing workforce and safe, supportable community housing, and their solutions do not look like this. In Boise, Idaho, and Benbrook, Texas, 2- and 3-story apartment buildings and townhome complexes were constructed with a mixed-use development, community centers, playgrounds, clubhouses, with scalable and market rates within. I am an airman by training, and I feel like we've taxied up to the runway with an inadequate, broken, unimaginative airplane. Personally, I would like to taxi back to the hangar, get a new airplane, and start over. Or, we are not yet at decision speed. If we as a community are going to be forced to take this plane airborne, then give us some local control, take us from being passengers, and make us co-pilots. I thank you for your time and your precious time and attention. I have 42 seconds left, and because of babysitters, weather, and your valuable time, if you have heard something that you agree with but you don't want to stand in line, please stand for a second. Local control and input, public land for public good. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your work.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. What part of town you're from?
My name is Betsy Cannell, and I've been a resident of Girdwood since 1989. I taught at the school for 25 years. I've been a renter, a small homeowner, and then we built a larger home on our property as our family grew. I stand before you tonight to implore you not to dispose of the Houghton Hills land at this time. There are too many unanswered questions to proceed. I have like 17 on my list, but I know I won't get there in 3 minutes. First question, Assembly members. Have you read the packet of information that Girdwood Inc. sent you? It was a historical review of all the publicly available information from the release of the RFP to where we are today. Another question I have, do you know the area that we're talking about? Do you know Hightower Road, the Water Road, the location of the school, the unpaved section of Crow Creek Road where the Houghton Hills secondary access will be? Number 3, have you studied the work of the Houghton Hills Housing Advisory Committee, the meetings with Adam Trombley and Connie Yoshimura and their talking points? Hundreds of Girdwood volunteer man and woman hours went into collecting, organizing, and prioritizing community concerns to arrive at the HHHAC recommendations. Do you know, number 4, do you know when Airbnb and Vacasa were established? In 2008 and 2009. This is several years after the Crow Creek Neighborhood Land Use Plan was completed. Short-term rentals weren't a thing when that plan was written. Now short-term rentals are a major reason why there are no long-term rentals in our town. Due to this, it seems ludicrous to me that we're using that 16-year-old plan. Number 5, are you aware that Girdwood also has a homelessness problem? Most of the homeless folks in Girdwood are employed, yet they live in tents or their cars or they couch surf. I know of at least one family from the school who's living in their vehicle. The Girdwood Food Pantry serves more clients than it did before COVID. Most of the clients are employed full-time and they pay so much in rent that they have to rely on the food pantry to make ends meet. And the affordable housing crisis is not just about the expensive cost of rent, it's about the lack of availability of places to rent. Recently, a long-term rental was posted on the Girdwood Facebook page, and there were 60 responses in 2 days. Do you think that support for the project from the Girdwood community is imperative? It's already been mentioned what Connie Yoshimura said in that December 22nd meeting. We need the support of the Girdwood community to make this project successful. We are here to listen to your ideas and concerns. Houghton Hills cannot become a reality without your support and approval. So with so many unanswered questions, please, please, please do not dispose of the Houghton Hill property tonight, as such a significant project needs to be done right.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Lee Ellis, and I have been a resident of Girdwood for over 10 years. I'm coming here tonight to not speak specifically just about Girdwood, but about Alaska. Over the last couple of years, I work with numerous politicians from around the state representing a trade organization that represents craft breweries and wineries and distilleries from around the state. And one of the questions I frequently get is, what's the biggest issue affecting your business right now? And I can guarantee you that almost every brewery, winery, distillery, hospitality business in the state is going to tell you, we do not have enough workers, okay? Another great question that I get is, where are all the young people going? And that's a wonderful question too. And one of the biggest challenges young people are going to have is finding housing, because they obviously are on the lower end of the income bracket. I am supportive of building housing in Holton Hills. I am supportive of however many units we have to build in order for it to be affordable, because we have to start recruiting young people to live in this state. And Girdwood is an awesome place for them to get a toehold. And I think that if we miss the opportunity to fix two of these giant existential crises we're dealing with in Alaska right now, and we just sell houses at a market rate that only 20 to 25% of Anchorage residents can purchase, then we are missing an opportunity to make a change. We're missing an opportunity to turn the economy. I'd also like to answer some of Assemblymember Dunbar's questions. Prior to me volunteering for way too many things, I was also on a subcommittee for housing. And we had looked at different options for Holton Hills prior to all of this. And some of that considered was selling the land off at market rate and using those funds to develop a housing authority to build low-income housing. We had looked at USDA block grants in order to put in sewer lines and all that kind of stuff. We met with AWU. AWU came in, did a presentation, told us different options we would have for providing utilities to the area. So I think there's been a ton of discussion in Girdwood about how do we develop this land and how do we do it well. And I think that's where Girdwood is very concerned tonight, is because all of that work over 20 years and all of that knowledge did not get tapped into. I'm concerned about this contract. I'm concerned about the benefit to the city with a 50% net profit. I don't feel like the city is going to realize any profit from the sale in the end of it. So if we don't build housing that's going to benefit our businesses, that's going to benefit our next generation of Alaskans, and the city's probably not going to generate any profit from it, then I don't feel like that's a benefit to the municipality. So I would encourage you to probably vote no, but I think we need to all sit down and figure out how to make this work going forward and make it work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Lori Harris, and I've lived in Girdwood for 5 years. Girdwood is right on the cusp of growing into an even more amazing ski town than we already are, or growing into a village composed primarily of real estate investments, nightly rentals, dark houses used only for a few weeks a year, and potentially undeveloped land being held as future investments. Girdwood is poised to welcome new community members in a well-planned new development, and we are poised to be able to actually offer housing to the people who live and play here, if we can get this development moving in the right direction. We are asking to have a voice in designing a future and a legacy for the community in which we live. We are asking the Anchorage Assembly to partner with us to actually craft an ordinance that will work to nurture future growth in Girdwood and enable us to become even more of a destination town than we are now. Girdwood is part of the Anchorage municipality, and we need the muni's help. Girdwood needs housing now. This ordinance, as it stands, does not guarantee that housing will be built. It does not lay out a timeline wherein housing will actually be built to help ease the housing shortage that is Girdwood's current reality. We need the MOA's help to analyze our needs so that we can plan accordingly, and we need the Assembly to help us draft an amendment to this ordinance that will require construction of a set number of housing units within a specified period of time. Girdwood needs a variety of housing types within an area of mixed density. We need apartments that can be rented out to long-term renters and seasonal workers. We need single-family homes and condos that can be lived in by full-time residents and or be rented out to long-term renters and seasonal workers. We need this mixed density development to maintain Girdwood's character as a small Alaskan ski town. This new development should have green areas and trail connections, outdoor gathering spaces, places for people to enjoy nature and each other. We need to ensure that the housing units that we build in this new development in Girdwood, in this new development, a majority of the houses will be full-time occupied. This means owner-occupied or long-term rental occupied. We need the Assembly's help to make sure Girdwood remains a vibrant and welcoming community, not a community of dark houses. We need community housing that community members of every segment of our population can afford. We need to expand our range of types of housing and the cost of that housing so that Alaskans can afford to live and work and play and raise families in Girdwood. Our lack of housing options is pushing people out, especially younger members of our population, and we need community members of all ages in Girdwood to ensure a healthy and vibrant community. Once again, we need access to the MOA's help to figure out how to provide housing that fits a variety of budgets. At this point, we ask for a postponement of this vote. We ask for more work sessions. We ask for a study of what Girdwood needs to not only remedy our current housing needs, but also to ensure a healthy future growth. Girdwood wants to work with the Assembly and the MOA to ensure that this project is developed so that it helps Girdwood reach its goal as a community. This is a legacy project.
Thank you, Ms. Salatal.
Thank you. Ma'am? Hi. You used the term long-term rental, and I'm just going to try to get some consensus on terminology. Do you mean 6 months? Do you mean year? What do you mean?
Well, we have seasonal situations, and so I think that's something that needs to be discussed and has been discussed. And so, I mean, I've heard everything from 5 months to a year to more than nightly rental. So I think that's something that we need to discuss further, and we need to explore those options.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name and part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Tim Alderson, and I am a resident of Anchorage. I own a second home in Girdwood. I'm standing before you as part of the problem, and I recognize that, but it wasn't that way 10 years ago when I bought my house. So I'm here in solidarity with the people that make Girdwood their home and their right to be heard and have some semblance of self-determination. If you look at the resort communities in the West, like Girdwood, it's the only one where they have to drive 40 miles in a blizzard to be heard about their concerns with what's going on in their community. I also have the experience of being an owner and an investor in real estate development in Whitefish, Montana for the last 10 years. Whitefish is about 10 years ahead of Girdwood in dealing with these problems. And what we've learned in Whitefish is that, which incidentally, Whitefish got permitting this week for 21 workforce housing units, 2 bedrooms, targeted to people of 80 to 120% of the median income in Whitefish, which is $65,000 in a town where the median home price is $800,000. So that will be 22 units going to teachers, police officers, professional people that want to live and work in that town and make up the fabric and the character of it. The other thing we learned in Whitefish is you cannot separate the housing issue from the proliferation of short-term rentals. And if you don't solve that problem, then the housing issue will be moot. You ask the question, what's the proper density? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't solve the short-term rental issue because they'll all get gobbled up no matter what the density is. So you have to be aggressive. You have to look, there are solutions out there. And the last piece from Whitefish that I want to share is every solution to the short-term rental problem required grandfathering in the existing rentals. And that was because the people that owned those, the economics of them required the short-term rental income for them to make their payments. And it would have been politically untenable. And so if this project goes forward without dealing with that issue, then you will have a massive missed opportunity. Because if those get gobbled up into short-term rentals, it will require you to account for that with whatever the next solution is. So I hope you'll vote this down. I hope you'll take a pause, go back to the drawing board, and come back with something that everybody can support. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar has a question
Thank you.
for you.
I have a question, Mr. Alderson. So you had mentioned that Whitefish, Montana had solved the short-term rental issue. You mentioned grandfathering in, so basically old properties would be able to do it and then new properties couldn't. Was it a blanket prohibition, or what exactly did that solution look like? Was it one per owner, or was it no more short-term rentals? What was the solution?
Okay, there's a variety of solutions. So first they started with permitting. So they required permitting and they used the funds from the permitting to do enforcement, to make sure that everybody was following the rules, that they were in the right zoning to have short-term rentals, and they hired people that could do enforcement through the funding that they got from permitting. The second that they did is they concentrated short-term rentals in the resort district. So they allowed 100% density up around the resort, and then as it radiated out, they changed the density, and I could get you the numbers. It's interesting, the long-term planning director in Whitefish is actually an Alaskan. Her name's Hillary Lind, and she's a former silver medalist and has lived and trained in Girdwood, and so she knows these problems. But anyway, to answer your question a little more, then they looked at zoning, and they emphasized and incentivized building for short-term rentals in the town core and commercial and doing mixed-use development. So it was property that was already going to be commercial. You build the second, third, fourth stories and make them residential rental units. And you're not taking property out of the...
You please maybe share your contact information, and you can get this information online.
I'll email you.
Scores of people.
Thanks for your question.
Thank you.
And it's very interesting. And just to the point that all these people, you made an argument that folks have to drive 40 miles. I'm going to take the testimony to the phone now. We have 2 people who signed up for the phone. And just so you all know, you don't actually have to drive 40 miles in to testify at an assembly meeting. You can sign up the day before the meeting and get on a list, and we will call you to testify. So can we please call Mr. Schechter? We have 2 people for phone testimony who signed up.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice.
So next on the list, we have Mr. Leiden.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Leiden. You are on the phone with the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on AO 2022-103. Go ahead and state your name for the record, what part of town you're in. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Did you hear me? Hi. I'll say
So-
it again, Mr. Leiden. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Hey, this is Tim and Barbara Leiden calling from Girdwood. We live, work, and own a home in Girdwood, raising our daughter here. Thank you to the Assembly for your careful consideration of this item tonight. Thank you to the Holton Hills Housing Advisory Committee and the Girdwood Community Land Trust for your creative, constructive, and attainable ideas on how to make Holton Hills fit better with Girdwood. And thank you to all the people, Girdwood and other municipality residents who've driven out in the snow tonight to attend this meeting and talk about this deeply unpopular project. I am not against housing, new housing in Girdwood. We need new housing here, but I am against this project that uses municipality resources in a way that will only deepen our housing crisis. Other people have spoken about that. I'm just going to share a personal experience we've had. About 20 years ago, my wife and I lived in a resort community down south where short-term rentals and a second home market squeezed local workforce and families from local housing opportunities, much as like is happening in Girdwood today. And in that community, the county commissioners and the local nonprofits and others used exactly the same solutions being recommended by the HHHAC to create space in the local housing market for residents and families to own and rent. And this was through covenants, deed restrictions, more density, mixed density, and the other solutions that you've seen from HHHAC and people speaking tonight. My wife and I were homeowners at that time, and we benefited from these programs by accepting financial incentives to put deed restrictions on our properties. Those were county-managed deed restrictions. There's lots of ways to do it. Now 20 years later, and long after we've sold those properties, we see how those programs have matured in a way they continue to maintain good housing opportunities for local workers and families. And as young homeowners ourselves, 20 years ago, we received seed money that benefited us later. I've attended nearly all of the Holton Hills public meetings and listened to HLB's rotating leaders and CY Investments dismiss and malign the same approaches that we see working in other communities and that many people tonight are mentioning. We know that these things work. I've also watched HLB and CY Investments treat the Girdwood community with a lack of transparency and dubious public process. So we're asking the Assembly to postpone the vote and to put a pause in this project and start the project back over, this time with Girdwood at the table and with these recommendations that we're talking about tonight at the forefront of the planning discussion. This represents a...
Mr. Lyden,
Got it?
That'll be your time. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Can we try Mr. Schechter one last time? It might need a...
Your call has been forwarded to an
Good enough. Thank you. We'll return to testimony in the room. And that's just for all the rest of you to know. We have an email form. You can sign up to testify by phone on any item on an Assembly agenda. You don't have to drive. So thank you. Please come on up. Welcome.
Hi.
Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Mebin. I'm a full-time resident of Girdwood. I'm one of those in the lower income bracket that everyone is talking about. I live in a repurposed sauna that I'm very blessed to have. I am a musician as well, and I have a song that has the emotional content of how I feel about it on my Facebook page under Jessie Mabin, M-E-Y-B-I-N. But I wanted to provide substantive comments to the Assembly tonight. First of all, I thank the Assembly for listening to our comments and for the extra consideration of extending the public comment hearing to a special meeting to hear what we have to say. Thank you for that. Community is so important. I plead that we can find a way to identify our full-time residents as a quantifiable body that could be considered separately for our opinion and needs specifically in regards to our town outside of the greater population of the Anchorage municipality. Those that are affected the most by the Assembly's action should have a say to ensure a sustainable health and future of our community. We have many demographics in our local residential population. However, housing opportunities are only readily available for those with the highest income brackets. Visitors and part-time residents have different and lesser community infrastructure needs than residents and need more housing and community facilities for those who actually live in our town. Please do not use one of our few opportunities of land that is supposed to holistically benefit our community to further benefit the bracket that does not need any help furthering itself in our community where we actually reside. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Brooks Chandler. I live in Stowe Circle down the street from Gabrielle. That's my home. And I want to start by telling you why I'm here. And to do that, I think it's best to tell you about a couple other people who've been communicating with you on this issue. One is Emma Kramer. Emma was the chair of the advisory committee. 26 years ago, she helped take care of my daughter in the nonprofit daycare center. A couple years later, I was buying coffee from her when she owned and operated the Java House up at the Day Lodge. And in the last couple of years, I've been buying salmon from her as she pivoted to commercial fishing in Prince William Sound. Second person I'd like to mention is named Brooke Lavender, who's also been active on this issue. Brooke is currently, or very recently, has been helping take care of my grandson at the very same nonprofit daycare in Girdwood. Brooke and Emma and many more people like them are really part of the fabric of our community. And it's an important part of the community, and it's something that is worth sustaining. So that's why I'm here. I'm not here because I'm anti-development. I'm here because I'm pro-people. I'm pro-community. And I'm here there'll be people in the future like Emma that come to Girdwood that want to work and live there. Brooke, there's many people like Brooke there now that want to live and work in Girdwood. And I would like for them to have that opportunity, the same opportunity I had. My first job in Girdwood was washing dishes. To come to a really pretty special place and to live there and to work there, make it a home. And to do that, I think at this point in time, we need to bend public policy. We need to bend it away from an exclusive focus on maximizing profit, and we need to bend it toward a more balanced approach that considers things whose value is not measured only in money, that considers things like community. So that's why I'm here. I think the question is, why are you here? And I don't know you, but I'm pretty sure you're here because you care about Anchorage, want to make it better, want to make a difference in people's lives. This ordinance presents an opportunity, I think, for you to do that. I know it's a big ask, and
All right, thank you, sir.
I appreciate the difficulty. You're welcome.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Grace Pleasance, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening regarding the disposition of 400-plus acres called Holton Hills. I'm a Girdwood resident, a lifelong Alaskan, and Girdwood is my home. I'm also a real estate developer. I develop urban infill and historic properties in the Northwest. I recently was awarded a 7.5-acre parcel through an RFP process in the city of Tacoma. And in this development, my partner and I are looking to put between 300 and 350 homes, unit housing of apartments and townhomes, in a market rate and workforce housing rates. This will fill a need for more density and more diverse housing types in a predominantly single-family neighborhood. The disposal process was very public. It was transparent and well received by all the stakeholders, from the city of Tacoma, from the community of McKinley Hill, and from the seller, the Tacoma School District. I share this story because I'm aware of how developments can go wrong, like this Holton Hill disposal. As you have received emails, letters, and texts from the community of Girdwood, this Holton Hills has been shrouded in lack of transparency, misrepresentations, and most importantly, no trust to the agency, HLB, or the development partnership called HLB-CY Investments in this disposal of 400-plus acres of land called Holton Hills. The development proposal has not been inclusive, transparent, or constructive. We have not seen a master plan for the total development, and piecemealing phases do not reflect the whole development, the whole impact to this community of Girdwood, or demonstrates an understanding of what 52 lots are, or possibly up to 200 lots development will look like at the end of the day. The development process laid out by the municipality has been circumvented at the expense of the community of Girdwood, and that is being planned in, and that is not how the process is supposed to work. I'm advocating that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity be given a redo, and with a thought of going into a smart growth development, a denser development style of maybe 10 or 20 acres, think vertical and think sustainable development concepts before thinking on what the end results of a collaboration with the community of Girdwood can look like, and not something that is a relic of the past of housing developments. It's called the single-family lot. Please vote on no to dispose of at least postpone this for another crack at working with the community of Girdwood and doing the right thing. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town are you from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Terry Sherwood. I've lived in Girdwood for 21 years, and I lived in Anchorage and taught in Anchorage for 25 years prior to that. And I want to thank you first for allowing me to speak, and most of all for your public service. You've been here all night too, and I appreciate it. I also really appreciate all my neighbors that are here and drove, but I also want you to take a look at those faces. because that is a really mixed generational audience that I don't think you get the pleasure of seeing quite as often as you do one community that's so diverse coming together. I also am the director of the food pantry in Girdwood, and we serve 150 clients regularly each month. That number grew during the pandemics and was a lot more. It's down a little bit now, but I know that we're going to sustain at that rate. We deliver food to resort workers. We deliver food to 12 seniors a month. We deliver food to lots of different workplaces where people can't get to, including resort housing, but also some of our shut-ins. This summer, we saw a huge increase in our homeless population. I think it would be interesting for you to know that a lot of the homeless in Anchorage moved to Girdwood to live because they felt safer. I just thought that was fascinating. Unfortunately, last month, we lost one of our Girdwood residents who froze to death while sleeping in his car. So we have a big, huge homeless problem that I don't know if you're aware of, and I just wanted to share that with you. But most of our homeless people are hardworking people. I know them. I serve them. They work 2 or 3 jobs and just can't afford a place to live. Others have stated that without the food that they get from the food pantry, they'd have to make a choice between eating and be able to pay their rent or their utilities. Tonight, you passed an ordinance, AR 2022-363, authorizing the mayor to execute treasury funds for emergency rental and utility assistant funds. I am very interested in how we can use some of those funds to help offset the crazy unaffordable housing that we're dealing with. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm going to skip everything. You asked a good question about what type of affordable housing we need. It's not a number, it's a price point. Okay, I don't know if it's 200 houses or 300 houses. What I do know is the cheapest amount that I've seen on the proposal is $500,000. That's not affordable housing. We don't need fancy garages and landscaping. We need workforce housing. Also, I want senior housing. I'm a senior citizen, and I want to stay in my community. And so do a lot of these community volunteers, and we can't afford to live there much longer either. I think that's all I'm going to have time to say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Chase Berenson from Girdwood. Last summer, my wife and I slipped out of town for a few days into the backcountry, Chugach National Forest. It's kind of Girdwood's backyard. It was great weather. We had good camping, epic hiking. But the whole time we were out there, we were eating pretty basic food off our camp stove. We rolled back into town around 6 p.m. and we thought to ourselves, what would be a good way to celebrate this backcountry adventure? A big, juicy hamburger. So we dropped our gear off at home. We went to one of our favorite restaurants around 6 p.m. and found it was closed during the dinner rush, during the busy Alaska tourist season. So we went to another one of the restaurants we like, and it was also closed during the dinner rush, during the busy Alaska tourist season. We did find, one of the third restaurants that we like, and it was open. It was slammed because it was the only thing open. It took about an hour to get a hamburger. You would think during the busy Alaska tourist season, our small business owners would be eager to serve both locals and visitors. You wouldn't expect it to take 3 restaurants in over an hour to get a hamburger. But this matches the narrative that we consistently hear from our small business owners, that if staff can't afford to live in Girdwood, staff won't work in Girdwood. That results in doors closing. Now, on the other hand, we also hear about this big proposed development. Holton Hills, it sounds so exciting, it sounds so exotic. It sounds like a great opportunity for community stakeholders to work with the developer to really solve some of our issues. And that's not what happened here. There was no legitimate public discourse between community stakeholders and the developer of what was needed in Girdwood. There was no effort to see how this public land would solve the issues of the community and how it would benefit the public. And with all that going on, it's hard to support this project. And I understand, my story doesn't tug at the heartstrings. People are here tonight, they're talking about family, they're talking about firefighters, they're talking about children. I get it, I was talking about a hamburger. But what I want you to do is if my story doesn't do it, look around this room. It's not often that you're going to get corporate executives and ski bums and the hippies and the nonprofit leaders. I would just ask you to recognize that a diverse range of the Girdwood population is coming together with a very united message here. With that, I want to thank you for your time and your consideration, and thank you for your service to the municipality of Anchorage.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Nick Cruz. I'm from Girdwood. I was born there and raised till I was 18. Terry Sherwood, 2 ago, was my 6th grade teacher. And let's see, I have a couple things here. I guess the first off, I wanted to address some of the specific questions you had as to short-term rental limitations. I support them. I think that, and as to your question on like what the differentiating line is on like what's short-term, what's long-term, whatever differentiates someone who's on vacation versus someone living and working there. So yeah, maybe 5 months, 6 months would be my opinion. As opposed to, and as to your question on the actual density, you know, I tried to Google this. I'm not a real estate developer. I have no idea like what a reasonable percentage is, but it feels to me like the majority should be affordable for like 60%, I don't know, 60 to 80%. That's some number I'm throwing off here. As well as I wanted to respond to someone else's comment about people worried about traffic on Hightower Road. I'll just put that out there. I'm not worried about that, so I felt like that was a false straw man that I'm not concerned about. I guess sort of the last and larger thing I wanted to talk on is I appreciate how it must feel like we're all coming up and telling you that we want to be heard and we want to be listened to, but we're all having, I feel like we must admit, we're all having a little hard time coming up with specifics on what we want, like how to solve this issue. And so I guess what I would hope that we could do is figure out like what should be the process moving forward. Like we would like to tell you specifics on what we're looking for instance, what density we're looking for, et cetera. And like it seems like that should have come up with maybe in the Girdwood Board of Supervisors meetings that we could have told you these numbers. And so I would ask that maybe there could be better collaboration between the Assembly and Girdwood Board of Supervisors where you could come up with the specifics of what you're looking for. We as a community could actually figure that out, write that down in as specifics as we can, so that you know exactly what we're looking for. I believe that would also help in the future for land developers. Someone made the point, yeah, is some land developer going to come and invest in this process when they think that you're just going to vote it down the last second? So to make them be confident that they can actually build something that we're looking for, we need to be able to come up with a bullet point list of, if you satisfy these conditions, then we as a community will be happy and we will support it.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can you hear me? All right. Hi, my name is Amanda Tuttle. I've been a resident of Girdwood for 18 years. I'm an entrepreneur. I actually have been a developer in Girdwood. I believe in sustainable development. So does the 2020 Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan, which according to the Anchorage Municipal Code Title 25, the Heritage Land Bank and its projects must adhere to. There are many flaws with the way Girdwood is governed by the Anchorage municipality, not all which are this committee's fault. However, they do play a major factor into why the Holton Hills project is inadequate in a continued exploitation of our community. A failure to understand the current economy of our community is a failure of this plan. This is an unsustainable project. There are two of the 4 goals outlined in the 2020 comprehensive plan that are not met by the Holton Hills projects are: 1, the goal states to have various private and public uses, including a variety of housing types and balanced supply of commercial, industrial, institutional, and transportation land uses. We don't want housing. We need housing. I own Coast Pizza in Girdwood. I am living this nightmare. I am dealing with the homelessness, I am dealing with the senior problems, I am dealing with the addiction, I am dealing with every aspect that everybody is up here talking about, just to keep my doors open. And guess what? I can't keep my doors open because I don't have enough staff. So, just to give you an idea of what I'm dealing with, in the last 6 months, I have been directly involved in the housing of over 50% of my 40-hour-week employees. 3 of them I have personally funded. What is happening in Girdwood is that if I cannot guarantee the housing for my employees, I lose the employee. What this is doing is making all of the small businesses in Girdwood wage war against each other. This is horrible, you guys. That's what this project is just exploiting. These other small business owners, they're my friends. Some of them I've even worked with on the slope. We quit the slope together, the oil industry, to start businesses, and you're making us wage war against each other. We need diversity of businesses in Girdwood to survive. I'm sorry I'm passionate, but like I said, I'm breathing this. I'm the one working 16 hours a day who is dealing with employees who are living in their cars because they lost their home. I'm the one putting up Facebook posts because my employee, who's 65 years old, was kicked out of his house with a 30 days to notice. There's no housing. Nobody can find housing in 30 days in Girdwood. That's ridiculous. The landlord knew exactly what they're doing, but it's all about money. I'm asking you to go back. And when you ask about what needs to be done in the next plan, assessments. There needs to be public sector assessments done. There needs to be environmental assessments done.
Thank you. There's a question for you. Mr. Salt,
Go ahead.
he's on the phone. Maybe. Are you there, Randy?
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry, just trying to go mute. So, thank you, Mr. Constant. So, I believe you said you were a developer at one time. So, I'm going to ask you a couple leading questions here. So, do you know how this process got started with Holton Hills?
I am aware how this process got started. And it started back when one of our committees here in Girdwood asked for a measly amount of acres from the Heritage Land Bank to build a cemetery and other affordable public infrastructure for our community. That's how it initially got brought to the HLB's attention.
And when someone makes a request to HLB and follows their process and fills out the right form or paperwork, and I had heard it was Spinelli, but it's immaterial because I'm kind of leading you to a point.
Salt, can you
Yes.
restate your question maybe a little more slowly and clearly?
Yes, sorry about that. So I guess what I'm leading to is, in order for HLB to put out an RFP, someone has to make that initial request. And I'm just curious if anyone from Girdwood or yourself as a potential developer has ever thought about making a request for another parcel of land for affordable workforce housing, which would then initiate the RFP process with HLB. Thank you.
I think his question was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Salt, do you know of anyone who might have looked at other parcels of land who might be interested in asking HLB to begin the process of a more workforce-focused project?
I do believe that we have had talks, and there has been talks about us, several of us small businesses have gotten together. Because one of the ideas is, what if we went together and we formed some sort of own coalition to build a housing? But unfortunately, that's not really feasible, because we're taking on the problem of the municipality. We're just business owners, we're restaurant owners, we're brewery owners. Why is it our responsibility to take over the municipality's problem, one that they're creating for us? I know that's not the right answer, but it is, yes, we are looking at it, but it's, the Holton Hills is expediting what's already an atrocious problem.
All right, thank you. Anything further, Mr. Salt?
No, thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
There? Okay, hi, my name is Jen Morse. I live in Girdwood. I am one of the new full-time residents that has struggled to find affordable housing for my family. I also manage one of the restaurants that have been discussed, so know firsthand the struggle that everyone's dealing with. But in starting to research this Holton Hills project, I'm concerned over the planning process, specifically that Holton Hills failed to assess the needs and demands on our public services. If it had, the fire department would be highlighted. It would be a highlighted section. There would be a minimum discussion on our housing issues concerning firefighters and its direct effect on our staffing levels. If any assessment was actually done, it would mention in part of how funding would be addressed for updating and buying rescue equipment to meet the growing demands that this housing project would create. Do any of you have any idea how often we are staffed with only 2 responders? Do you know the minimum staffing of the Anchorage Fire Department when they provide backup? Do you have any idea on how large of a response area the Girdwood Fire Department is responsible for? Do you understand how our fire department is funded? Do you understand how our jurisdiction is divided into separate response areas? Do you know the hourly wage of our firefighters and what they receive, the people that save our lives and our homes? If you did, you would make sure that an assessment was done so that the health and safety of the residents and tourists alike would have access to a properly staffed emergency response team when they need it. You would also think differently about the hazards when you send your loved ones down the Seward Highway, because this plan straps our public services. Our fire department is not the only one of the public services in this community so desperately trying to stay afloat. Public services must be addressed in any development plan going forward, including increased pressures and funding for our water treatment plants, our schools, our roads, our trash services, and our police. As for implementation, you cannot implement what you do not know. The lack of any assessment on the effects this project would have within our community is why it's inadequate. The Holton Hills project has failed to meet the 4 major goals that the municipality code says every HLB should adhere to. Our community is strapped for resources. This plan exploits every aspect from the environment to the public services, its citizens, and its local businesses. This plan will monopolize and exploit this community, and we will end up being like the next Jackson Hole. It is truly unsustainable. Let me remind you that when restaurants and bars cannot keep their doors open, when there's no business diversity, the tourism sector is failing. The tourists will slowly quit coming when there are no lights on in town, unless all you care about is the large corporate foreign investor we have. Please vote no on this project and go back to the drawing board to draw up a sustainable project that supports a diversity of businesses and a healthy community that can grow families. You have the opportunity to see this community grow sustainably. It's up to you to vote for us, the people of Girdwood, the people that you are appointed to represent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to extend until 11:30.
Okay, we have a motion to extend. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there any objection?
Object.
There's an objection. Anyone wish to speak to the motion?
I would.
Go ahead.
So we've set another meeting for a week from today for Tuesday night. The roads are, the snow continues to accumulate. I don't see why we need to just keep going later and later. I would prefer to see people get on the roads and be safe, so including the members of this body eventually. So I would like to put it to a vote.
I would just note for folks that we still have 3 items on the agenda we did find out that need to pass tonight. So whatever happens, we need to get to those 3 items. Anyone else wish to speak on the item?
Chair, I put myself in queue.
Is that Ms. Allard?
Yes, Chair, it is.
You have the floor.
So I'm kind of torn between it too, because a lot of these people came all the way through to testify, but if we tell them, hey, you know what, the roads are getting bad, go home, I don't know what the weather's going to be like next week and if they want to come back. So I kind of support them coming down. They said they wanted to testify, and I do realize we have 3 more items, but yeah, I don't know what the public wants to do.
Please, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we could have a show of hands for those who are here that are planning to testify tonight.
I think that we got a sense of that already. We can fill the time. So they were just cheering and kind of telling us to stay. So the gist is they would testify if they have time.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Alatil?
Then why did we set a special meeting for Tuesday night? Like, I'm really confused,
Because
quite frankly.
even if we get through everybody, we'll go till midnight and not get through everyone who wants to testify. There will be people left over. Mr. Volland.
I make this request with great trepidation because I don't know how it will be received, but it's possible for us to take up the must pass now and then come back to public testimony on this item?
It's possible, but all these people are in line now, and we would be asking.
The 15s, are they going to take that long?
Not usually.
Yeah, I think that might be.
So it still doesn't dispatch the question of the motion that's before us. The motion before us is to extend to 11:30. And so after that, we can take up the question of, do we want to change the order of the day? So we had an objection. Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote?
Object?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Yeah, is it possible I can just extend the evening until midnight so we can get through the testimony and not interrupt the testifiers?
Right now, let's take on the question of 11:30. We already have the vote up before us, and then we can come back to that question.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-1, that item passes. We are extended to 11:30. Ms. LaFrance?
Hey, I'm sorry. I voted yes on that. It marked me as abstain. I didn't get to it in time.
Oh, that's strange. Thank you for catching that. So on a vote of 11-1, abstentions are not allowed by the code. That item passes. So we're extended to 11:30. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while this is not typically how we handle these items, I would move to change the order of the day to take up the three must-pass items, 15A, 15B, 15C, which are generally dispensed with fairly quickly. These are those quasi-judicial items, so that we would pause the public hearing.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Volland. You want to speak again?
I would just only add that these, for these items, we don't have anyone signed up for phone testimony, and we generally can move through them very quickly, and then we can just get back to the public testimony and have nothing else left in the agenda to do. And again, it was not until late in the meeting that it came to our attention that these were must-pass items that are
Right.
time-sensitive.
Is there any objection to changing the order of the day? Hearing no objection, the order of the day is changed. We'll now take up item 15A. Item 15A, resolution. Yeah, don't go away. Air 2022-365, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4367 for Tristan Inc. DBA El Rodeo Mexican Restaurant.
Waive reading.
I will now open the public hearing for this item. Is there anyone, please keep it down, folks. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2022-365 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 15B, resolution AR 2022-366, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 970 for Cabin Tavern, Inc., DBA at the
Waive
Cabin
reading.
Tavern. Thank you. Public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing for this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve is by Ms. LaFrance, second by Mr. Peterson. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2022-366 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 15C, AR 2022-367, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 762 for Station Inc. DBA F Street Station.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing for this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. LaFrance, second by Mr. Peterson. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2022-367 has passed the body, and we are now back to item 14E. Welcome, and I'm sorry we had to do that. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Mary Ellen McLaughlin. Girdwood holds a special place in my heart.
Mr. Chair?
Could you pull the microphone down?
Thank you.
I was wondering about that. Girdwood holds a special place in my heart, and so I'd like you to consider a few further questions. The Holton Hills proposal in response to the RFP lists a development team consisting of CY Investments, Mr. Pomeroy, owner of the resort, and Seth Anderson. Do you know how the team lost 2 of its players and now only includes CY Investments? Apparently, non-disclosure agreements were orchestrated by HLB staff, so no one really knows. 1/4 of the points awarded to the winning proposal were based on the experience and qualifications of the development team of CY Investments, Pomeroy, and Seth Anderson. Once the proposal was chosen, however, 2 of the awardees stepped out of the project. This may have been coincidental, but not communicating what happened seems disingenuous. Do you know how other ski resorts in the lower 48 have dealt with housing issues similar to Girdwood's? One of the tools used is deed restrictions. What's the difference between a deed restriction and a homeowner association rule? A deed restriction stays in place. A homeowners association rule can be changed by the HOA membership at any time. Do you know that Connie Yoshimura anticipates the least expensive housing option in Holton Hills, a 2-bedroom condo, will cost $500,000? To mitigate this cost, she has suggested in the past that 2 couples could purchase a condo and live there. Has any sort of impact study been done to determine the probable effects of Holton Hills development on Girdwood infrastructure, roads, school, child care, fire, police protection, medical services, etc.? The impacts of heavy-duty construction, vehicles using Hightower Road, driving through the residential area are huge. Do you think pinch hitting with an S version of the land disposal ordinance is too simplistic of a solution for a complex, expensive, town-changing project such as Holton Hills? Can the land disposal and the project be paused to allow all parties to come to a greater consensus? Please vote no to disposing of the land tonight.
Thank
and
you.
give Girdwood a seat at the table.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Emma Kramer. I am a Girdwood resident since 1999. As Brooks so kindly mentioned, when his daughter Hannah was about 6 years old. I am co-chair of the Holton Hills Housing Advisory Committee, along with Sam Daniels, who you would have heard from on Friday. The committee was initiated this July by the Board of Supervisors for the purpose of researching Holton Hills' proposal, investigating the details, and providing recommendations to the development agreement. After weeks of listening to community concerns, we came up with specific amendments that would help ensure affordability and set aside a portion of land for local development of housing. Our goal was to influence the disposal agreement to ensure that local housing needs were intentionally addressed in this proposed sale of public land through mechanisms that would impact HLB rather than the developer. This was our strategy. We shared actionable items in September with Mr. Trombley and Ms. Yoshimura. It wasn't until last Friday, 3 months later, that an amended version of the development agreement was introduced. Although many of us listened to the work session, we have not seen a copy of the new S version. We understand this version has a sliver of what we proposed, and we are appreciative, but it is not enough. As it stands, this proposal still does not ensure affordability for our most vulnerable populations. We define affordability as 30% of an individual's income spent on rent. Currently, many Girdwood residents are spending 40 to 50% of their income on rent. This development agreement has no binding requirements that the land be developed for housing, so this land could be just purchased and held. It also does not include any restrictions on short-term rentals, as you have heard, nor any requirements that housing be used as a primary residence. For these main concerns, our committee and the Girdwood Board of Supervisors does not support this disposal of land. Last December, when HLB presented the RFP to the Girdwood community, the RFP response was due before there was time to discuss it. This violation of their own process reveals how early the community was shut out. So in Girdwood today, we have a 30% resident occupancy. That means that only 3 homes out of 10 are locals. That's 3 out of 10 homes to house our teachers, firefighters, essential workers, child care providers, cleaners, families, and seniors. The rate of short-term rentals in our town is 25% greater than Anchorage. So if an Anchorage neighborhood has 2 out of 10 homes rented short-term, in Girdwood, 8 of them would be rented short-term rentals. We ask that you listen to our needs and vote no for this proposal. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kelly Okonik. I've been a resident in Girdwood for 17 years, and I'm also a multifamily residence owner in West Anchorage for long-term rentals. I'm here to both thank you for your time and consideration of this matter, because I know it's super complicated and I'm confident you've received a lot of feedback, and to ask you to vote no. I want to acknowledge that it seems like we're all coming at the last minute with a bunch of complaints. The reality is that we're coming to you as our last line of defense because we've engaged in this process at every available outlet and haven't been heard. We've been unsuccessful through the HLB Advisory Committee, we've been unsuccessful through GBOS, and the reality is that this project has not followed the public process, which we are legally entitled to as citizens of the United States of America. I've just gotten back from a global trip to countries that don't have public process and representative government, and we do, and we're asking that it be applied here. We believe our rights have been compromised by being shut out of this process. So I'm imploring you to let us start over and follow the process that HLB has to engage with the community and go through a thorough assessment of needs and comment and revisions until we get to a sustainable long-term project that fits. We want a development in Girdwood. We just want the right one. And we feel like we're being stepped on and shut out by a process that won't let us in despite our rights to be involved. My career's been oil and gas. I've been in the industry for 17 years. I'm no stranger to major projects. One of my biggest concerns is the comment with this project that the infrastructure will follow. No successful major project has ever let the infrastructure follow. It must be a part of the process. Where is the assessment by an urban planning entity that says increasing the population by 30% will have this impact on roads, schools, fire, medical? This absolutely must be done. We must understand Anchorage is responsible for any infrastructure updates. We don't know what those will be, so how can you budget for them? How do we know this is a fiduciary responsible decision decision to make when you don't know what's coming down the line. And I'm personally concerned that we're going to be stuck with traffic, stuck with fire department needs, and we're going to be sitting here in the corner with these problems that we can't fix, and then we're imploring to you to pass money and everything else when we could do this all up front and we could have a good project estimate for life cycle costs. We could know what Anchorage is intending to earn, and we could say this is or isn't a good financial endeavor to undertake. All of the social issues are there, and I agree with everything that's been said, but I just want to step back to the financial issues. And if this is about raising money for the municipality of Anchorage, how are we sure that's what will happen? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hold on. Hold on.
Mr. Constant has a question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. You stated pretty unequivocally that the process has been violated. Can you provide a specific example or set of examples of what due process has been violated?
Could I please do that in writing at a further
Absolutely.
time? Thank
Yeah,
you very
absolutely.
much.
No, yeah, I'm
Thank
curious.
you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Meg Rice. I live in Girdwood. I've been there for about 7 years. I can't believe I can say that.
I'm sorry, can you please step closer to the microphone and stay
can.
close to it so we
Yes,
can hear
I
you?
can.
Thank you.
Yes. Is that better?
Yep.
My name's Meg Rice. I've lived in Girdwood for 7 years. I am a massage therapist and I have a freelance private practice in Girdwood. My point that I have here to make tonight is a little bit different than other folks. The private practice that I run in Girdwood is only supported by locals. I do not really welcome tourists. You don't know about my business unless you know who I am. You don't really get on my table unless you know who I am or what my love for skiing is, because you have to respect how to get on it. I say all of this because my clients respect my lifestyle and I also respect theirs. With that, we have a really good relationship and we have a good rapport. The rates that I am able to provide for my community are accessible, and I can also say that the rates that I provide for my community are not sufficient for what I could ask. I bring this up because this project isn't addressing the privilege at hand. We have the choice with the amount of money and the amount of privilege for this project to address issues of adversities within Girdwood. We are not being responsible by not addressing how the roads are used. When we talk about density in these buildings and how they will impact our roads and our grocery stores, it's because as a single person living in Girdwood, I can live off of our corner store, the Mercantile. I can until the tourists come in and clear the shelves. We do not have the other bigger amenities of fire, of groceries to provide for these tourist influxes, and we can't help but see this development as something that will only provide housing for something of greater privilege. And while we all live these beautiful privileged lives, with that, as a Spider-Man quote, with great power comes great responsibility, and right now we have a responsibility to create a sustainable community within Girdwood that doesn't have a lot of accessible land, that doesn't have a lot of feasible land to develop. And so with that, we need to consider the environment. We need to consider the people. We need to consider what kind of community that we're trying to make and what kind of future, not only in this little niche of Girdwood we're trying to influence, but on a global scale, like, what are we doing here? Let's recognize the privilege at hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rudy Aguirre. Thank you guys for your time and for being here. I know it's going to be a long night for all of us. I've been privileged to live in Girdwood for about 12 years. And moving here from Chicago and many other cities in my travels, I've realized there's a sense of peace there. You can go there, enjoy yourself quietly. You can make noise, go to the bars. You can go out to eat, enjoy great food. But with this project here, it's going to limit that for a lot of people who make that their home. The infrastructure, like everybody said, in regards to roads, water, grocery stores, schools. Right now, I manage a restaurant, and I have the liberty of our restaurant owning properties that can house people. And filling those houses is still hard because people are scared. They're scared that they're going to get evicted. They're scared that they're going to have the opportunity to stay longer. You know, we had mentioned different avenues of how much infrastructure do we need. Well, we really don't know those numbers. You know, the Hotel Liesk is building a whole employee housing unit to sustain them. They need 63 cooks as of right now, coming up on the holiday season. 63 for the thousands of people that are going to vacation there. We need a better answer, a better solution. We're not opposed to development, of course, by any means, but it has to be researched and done to accommodate the community in a proper way. Because all of us, yeah, we didn't have to drive here. We chose to. We chose to stand up. We chose to say, hey, see us face to face. See us eye to eye. Understand who we are as a people who live there. I thank you again for your time, and please get home safe, everybody.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Ed Harris, and I am from Girdwood. I've been in Alaska for 30 years and Girdwood for the last 5. I figured I would spend a little bit of time explaining how things are in Girdwood now to kind of give you a better perspective of what we're dealing with. Girdwood is a town, when someone has an unexpected medical issue, everyone pitches in and helps and sends more food than any normal refrigerator can handle. It's a town where hundreds of friends gather for Thanksgiving at the fire hall. It's a town where the Catholic Church has a sign up letting you know what night the Latter-day Saints meet in the same building. It has a Methodist church that partners with their local brewery to raise funds for local needs. Girdwood is the first town I've ever lived in that I've really felt a sense of community. But Girdwood has a dark side. Many of the full-time rentals in our community have leaking roofs and mold. Our first house we moved into, our kids came down to tell us the black mold was coming through the walls. It took us about a year to find another place to live. Many of our community members have lost their homes because homeowners have figured out they could make substantially more money with nightly rentals. Investors sweep into Girdwood and purchase up our houses the moment they go on sale with the sole intention of offering them for nightly rentals only. There are dark streets. The other neighborhood we moved to, there was no local residents on the houses behind us. It was 100% vacation homes and rental homes. Our current street has 2 permanent residents. The rest is all rental homes. And we've watched our teachers, our pharmacists, our carpenters, we've watched our professionals, mid-income professionals, have to leave town because they just can't make it there. So what does Girdwood need? We need a developer who will actually listen to the offers, the ideas offered by the Holton Hills Advisory Board. We need this assembly to pause and actually help us analyze what we need. We are part of the municipality of Anchorage. We're a group of 2,700 citizens. We do not have the capacity to do planning. That is why we are part of this Anchorage Assembly. And, you know, we're not anti-development. In fact, the opposite. We're really desperate for a different kind of development than what we're getting. What we need right now is for our leaders to lead and help us fight for a neighborhood that you would want to live in and a neighborhood that you would be proud that you helped develop, not just forcing something in to make it work and hope for the best. And I just wanted to point out, if you took, I counted when I came in, we had roughly 250 people. That's around 10% of the population. If you took any other Anchorage neighborhood and 10% of the population, you would have had 7,000 people in this room tonight. And I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you and welcome. Please state your name for the record. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the board?
Myself, yes.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Mike Edgington, and you'll probably be unsurprised to know I'm from Girdwood. So, I mean, you've heard a lot from me in the past, and you're going to hear a lot from me in the future, I suspect, on the topic of housing. And I had something I did prepare, but honestly, I just listened to other people explain things far more eloquently than I can. I think the situation, you've got a very, very good picture about the situation here. And I'm not a very emotional guy, but I've been, you know, swallowing tears most of the evening. So we have an existential crisis, really, in terms of housing. And I just want to, there's 2 things I want to talk about briefly. One is, I've had a lot of questions from Assembly members, you know, basically saying, you're kind of asking for this development to solve all our problems. We're not asking for this development to solve all our problems, or at least I'm not. What we're asking is this development helps solve some of the problems. It's a fairly big piece of land. There's not a huge amount of developable land that's zoned for residential in Girdwood. This is a fairly big chunk. It should at least help us move towards a full solution. We have many suggestions and many recommendations for how we can do other things as well. There's short-term rental regulations. There's aspects about changing Title 21, Chapter 9. We're nearly at the end of a revision of our 95 comprehensive plan. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's unfortunate, I think, that the timing of this development is before a lot of these things get in place. We are obviously, I have to acknowledge that other communities of the size and nature of Girdwood would be independent cities and would have the power to do a lot of these things themselves. We're obviously not. We're 1% of Anchorage's population, roughly. And I understand that you have responsibility for the other 99%. But obviously, I personally, as an elected member, I have a responsibility for that 1%, and we're going to keep advocating. As you've seen, it's a very loud 1%. There were also a couple of questions that came up through the course of the evening. I think Mr. Dunbar asked the question about density, and I think a few other people have asked that. And I mean, I appreciate the question, but it's kind of not the right question. I mean, what a lot of the things I'm hearing coming from other people in Anchorage and Assembly members is making a set of assumptions which do not apply in a resort community. The assumption is more housing helps. Well, no, if it's all second homes, it does not help. And there's, the second home market and nightly rentals is the area where the wealth is. That's the area that's always going to outbid, or nearly all residents, is going to outbid residents. That's where the main area of demand is. Without some kind of segregation between these two markets, we will not solve the problem. We could have very high density housing and they could all still be short-term rentals or second homes. That's not enough. There needs to be some extra pieces. And I think you've heard many suggestions from me to do that.
All right, we have a couple people in the queue for you. I'm not going to step on anyone's toes, but suggest that Mike could be great to have back for when we get to deliberations. So if it's more of a deliberative question, I would ask you hold, but if it's clarifying, then please, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Edgington. I really appreciate you coming this evening. I guess my question is, because you've been very involved in not just this process, but in many things Girdwood. And, my experience in dealing with housing shortages is, yes, housing solves a bulk of the problem, particularly when it comes to like affordable housing, different demographics. I guess my question is, but then you got to be able to support it. One of the issues I see in Girdwood is you have no lumber, you have no hardware store. That is a huge price. That is a huge consideration in pricing construction, in building new construction, maintaining properties. Just the fact that there's not a hardware store or anything. Can you tell me, has there been any efforts or is there rumors of a lumber/hardware store being started in Girdwood? Because that would go a very, very, very long way towards helping a lot of the problems that you face. It would keep the cost of construction down. It would make it easier for property owners to repair their properties. I guess I'm just looking at the infrastructure around, we just build houses, but if we don't have the infrastructure to help support them, the cost of them just keep staying escalated. So just out of curiosity, have you ever heard of somebody trying to start a lumber yard or construction?
I've heard plenty of people who would like one. I haven't heard anyone who's proposed creating that sort of resource in our community.
Yeah, I guess it's a small, limited town, but I mean, I can tell you what, we don't have much of one in Eagle River. We got a little, but Gordy's Hardware stays packed. A little hardware store, he's got a little lumber yard, and that guy just stays busy. All right. And he provides a huge service.
I'm not allowed to ask questions, but I think you could probably say how much bigger Eagle River is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the tension I'm hearing tonight is we want to pause, hear that loud and clear. We want studies and assessments. We want to maybe finish the plan. So the question I guess I'm going to pose to you and anyone to maybe take offline is, what are the immediate things you need to relieve the urgency I'm hearing? That is the tension in this room, I believe, is there is urgency, and the urgency is real. And if we pause this, what are our alternatives? And I would really like to have a discussion of that, because I don't want to say, oh, we're going to pause this and we're going to study something. We can study something and study something and study something. At some point, something's got to change. So I leave that to you all to weigh in. I would be all ears or all eyes if it's via email. Thank you.
I don't know that you can answer that question in the form that this forum allows, so if you
That
had
sounds
a
like a later
20-second response,
discussion.
please do. If not, it's a good conversation for later.
I'm a very practical person, so, and rightly or wrongly, I see things that could be changed now that could help us go towards a solution. We do need housing. Honestly, we would do better with changing the use of existing housing, because that's a much cheaper solution, and there are things we could do. If we were an independent city, we'd have already done it, but there are things we're going to be asking you to do very soon.
Thank you. We'll take that up in a later conversation. Next, please come forward. Let us know your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Luthis Girdwood. I think the HLB Holton Hills development is heavily predicated on the 2006 Crow Creek Neighborhood Plan, but does not honor its spirit or its letter. So to show that the spirit of the 2006 plan, I'll quote from it. HLB uses its legally defined public process for making land use decisions to serve broader community goals, including quality of life, community pride, public safety, economic development, and improved range of services. And this is not something that most of us see in this plan. And by the way, I worked on that original Crow Creek neighborhood plan. I was in a few of the committees. And I think addressing Ms. Zalatel's question about more studies, I'll tell you right now, I think where it needs to go back to a third-party consultant. They did such a great job in 2006. But the problem now is that so much, as everyone said, so much has changed. And so for instance, everyone's complaining about Hightower Road. Well, in the 2006 plan, the development in the Holton Hills area was 2 roads coming in from Crow Creek Road. That same plan, written in 2006, also addressed affordable housing. It addressed clustered high-density housing. And so I think that the next step to consider might be, I know that we don't want to go study forever, but going back to Agnew-Beck for an update of the plan, because so much has changed, might be in the best interest of everybody and might actually cut to the chase. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Hold on, sir. Sir?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Do you know what happened with that 2006 development you were just talking about?
The Crow Creek neighborhood plan?
Well, you talked about a specific proposal that had 2 cuts and an affordable housing program and all of those things. What happened to that plan?
Well, what happened in AO 2006-47 was, first it went through the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, so it passed that. Then you guys approved it, or not you guys, but the assembly approved it. And there was no interest. It petered out because it was just too expensive to build. But then AWWU came in and put in all that water infrastructure there and put that little road in from Hightower Road. And that made it like a much easier project to do.
Thanks. That was too expensive. And now it might be different. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to make time for just the last 2 to testify tonight, and then we'll have that special meeting next Tuesday, and then we'll briefly take a final audience participation. They've been in the queue, so 5 minutes, yeah.
Move to extend to 11:35.
Motion to extend to 11:35. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none. We are, did I hear you, Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Do we still have people in the room that want to testify that we're only going to extend it for?
There are 2 people lined up right now. and
Oh,
so,
okay. Thank you,
yeah.
Chair. That's fine. I
There
don't
are more
object. I
in the
withdraw
audience
it.
that surely want to testify, but there are 2 that have been standing there, so we don't want to cut them off. So, hearing
Okay,
no
I just
objection,
wasn't sure.
we'll
Well, I'm
continue.
just trying to figure out, were there more people besides the 2 that want to finish their testimony tonight?
Yes, but they're not lined up, and they haven't been, so time's up burning.
Maybe you should ask.
Time's a burning.
I mean, I don't like standing in line for hours because it hurts my back. I wouldn't use that against them. So yeah, I object to it being
Okay,
until
so-
11:35.
Then we'll call vote. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend to 11:35.
Can I amend that motion so that we can extend it to midnight, please?
The motion is already being voted on.
Ms. Aller?
Of course.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
That item passes 12-0. Thank you. Let's proceed, last 2 tonight. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Assembly members, my name is Crystal Hoke, and I have called Girdwood home for the past 9 years. I have hoped you heard the reasoned and thoughtful voices from our community. Speaking for myself, this process was rolled out in a way that did not include the community. Many very important decisions were made without Girdwood's community input or involvement. This is at the root of why we are where we are. The changeovers that have occurred at HLB were continuous from the project's start to now. HLB has gone through 5 different department heads from the time of the RFP launch to now. There is no way the municipality should be doing a historic land transfer during this amount of turnover in an agency. Additionally, in the minutes of the HLB meeting on Friday, November 19th, 2021, this would have been 7 months after putting out the RFP. Section 5, Item C, HLB, quote, HLB has not been adhering to code with regard to financial reporting, projections, detailed expenditures, etc. Again, this does not seem like the agency that has it together enough to be making transformative changes in a community, especially without its consent. I implore you to discover for yourself if they are currently reporting. My grievances with this project are too numerous for me to go over in 3 minutes. As you've heard tonight, Girdwood is good at creating solutions to problems. We were, and we have been, doing things to help our housing situation in Girdwood, but there is no way that we would get anywhere without the assistance and partnership with Heritage Land Bank. They're required for us to move forward. They own all the public land. Rather than take our appeals seriously, we have been ignored. And they told us that we've done nothing. This is not true. We have held hours and hours of meeting at Housing Committee, created a non-governmental 9-member board, become a sponsored organization of an existing 501c3, incorporated with the state of Alaska, adopted bylaws, and now have received our own 501c3 status. My wish is that this would start over. A new RFP is issued, but this time you include the community, which you are most impacting, incorporating the existing land use needs, which I wish I had more time to speak on. I suggest that rather than saying affordable housing is impossible in Girdwood, that you work with us to explore new and creative ideas to address this and help bring partners to the table. I ask that you vote this S version down. The one lot that is currently offered is not enough. Girdwood sends plenty of tax dollars to Anchorage, and it's a really majorly important draw for tourism here. I'll conclude with a plea. Please let us have a say for our community. Please let us be included in the planning for our future, and please listen to Girdwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Kevin McDermott, Girdwood. And thank you for extending the meeting tonight and your patience. And I'd like to reply to Mr. Cross's question about why we don't have a lumber yard. Well, for one, there's no industrial land available in Girdwood. If you wanted to have a lumber yard, it's really not an option. There's some commercial land, but the debt service on that commercial land, let's put it this way, you couldn't sell a 2x4 for $8. You couldn't make money doing it. So we're at a real disadvantage in terms of our own infrastructure as a town to support further development. Not also, Mr. Trombley was put in a very difficult position, as it's been noted. He's essentially the 5th HLB director since this RFP went out. And in the previous Crow Creek plan, there was a large rollout. We haven't had that in this instance. And I would say, I was looking at the chart from what the condo prices were that was based on that 2006 plan. Average condo price was just over $100,000, $135,000. Well, you know, a 1,000 square foot condo went up for sale and had an offer written for $700,000. So the economic conditions have significantly changed. And so what might not have been affordable in 2006, that's why we didn't have much interest in that development, may be affordable now. Furthermore, we could use some assistance from the municipality. Now, we are a group of volunteers. There's been countless volunteer hours on this issue. And I have to say, as chairman of our land use committee, we really haven't had any resources from the municipality to help us plan this process out. So thank you again for staying late, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. So I would go to final audience participation, but if you want to do something else, then you can. They're all invited back. Unless you want to go to midnight. Okay, so next on our agenda, we have just 4 minutes for final audience participation. So anyone can come speak. We have 3 minutes, and then we'll reconvene next Tuesday at 6 p.m. with the only item on the agenda is this conversation. Please, come forward. State your name for the record, what part of town you're from.
Irene Queednow, Sand Lake. The public got snowed tonight, and one of the assembly members got snowed too. You passed the ordinance about Code Title 28. The Observer Registration Handbook now reads, once the 4 forms for observer registrations are submitted, the municipal clerk shall provide credentials available for pickup within 48 hours in the form of an observer identification badge stating the observer's name, who they represent, and the date. The badge must be signed by the municipal clerk, the election administrator, or designee before the observer may begin to observe at an election location. No candidate, no campaign manager, no chairperson can sign the badge. And the election administrator is under the supervision of the municipal clerk, and the designee is also under the supervision of the municipal clerk. So the municipal clerk is in absolute power to determine who can observe the election. And the public was lied to when you said that's not the case. Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, you said tonight that the mayor does nothing for the homeless. Again, I will tell you that the original navigation center would have been in operation in the fall of 2021 if it weren't for you guys. The second navigation center that the mayor cooperated with you and whittled down to your requirements that you approved would have been in operation the 1st of November of this year if it weren't for you. And lastly, through the chair, Mr. Voland, you said that there is no, when it comes to the Brother Francis shelter, there is no intent by this assembly to go beyond the 120 bed capacity. The assembly in 2020 made a law that they would not use the Golden Lion for housing, and you broke your own law, so please forgive me when I don't trust your word. Thank you.
Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. We'll let you testify for 3 minutes. The meeting will adjourn in approximately 2 minutes. Go ahead. Hit the green button there. There's a green button. It's on. Thank you.
My name is Sharon Lynch, and I live in Girdwood. I am a senior. I get Meals on Wheels. If it wasn't for a neighbor's tree falling on my home, I'd have a home right now. I mean, half of my income goes just to pay the taxes in Girdwood. I see the homeless people that come through. I volunteer for the food bank in Girdwood. I come once a month to get food, and it's over 1,000 pounds. You pick up 50 pounds of potatoes, and sometimes that's what we go through in 1 month there in Girdwood. We're feeding so many people now, and they don't have housing. If it wasn't for me living with my daughter or my daughter living with me, neither one of us could live there in Girdwood. That's how hard it is. Yeah, we could sell what we have, but then where are we going to go? I'm coming from San Diego. I would love to go back to San Diego, but I feel like Girdwood is my home now. My husband died in Girdwood. This Hilton, I didn't know anything about it except what the pastor had said, Pastor Nico, Leanne, who has told me about it. But then when I was at Speedway in Girdwood and saw the newsletter, which I didn't quite understand, the newspaper, they said that over 100 houses or condominiums were going in. And I'm thinking, 100? Same thing, the fire, the police department. We don't even hardly have that. I mean, would you call up the fire department and have them come and start your car? When my vehicle didn't start 2 weeks ago, I called up the fire department, and they came at, I think it was 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, just to give me a start. I don't think Anchorage would do that. We've got such a community there. I don't know that many neighbors, but I live in a 6-apartment condo. My daughter and I are the only ones that live there full time. Otherwise, they come from Wasilla, they come from Anchorage, and I don't even know where some of them live. But in 6 condos, we're the only ones that live there. I mean, we need some help or start over or something. Thank you.
Thank you. So officially we're adjourned, but for folks, just again, please drive safely getting home if you're driving out to Girdwood, and we'll see you Tuesday at 6 p.m. Thank you for your patience.